Hello, one. Hello, all. Welcome once again to Blaine's Escape Corner. And before we get started on our Fun Time Friday, I had a great time yesterday, except for one thing. When I heard the news that Akira Toriyama has passed away, he is dead, and so I am cracking open the 12-year, the Bib and Tucker, the real corked bourbon here. And to a man taken far too soon. You defined a generation. You brought you brought an entirely new medium to an entirely new group of people. Various tropes and archetypes have now been cemented in your work, and we will always have that, and we will always get to look back, and we will always get to remember what you gave us. Thank you for that, Toriyama. Have a wonderful rest of your afterlife. Kampai.
Honestly, I follow up that exact same thing. I mean, Akira Toriyama was and will always be my favorite creator of any artistic endeavor, period. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball is my favorite IP to have ever come to fruition. So hearing the news was devastating. But then I thought back on all those years I spent watching Dragon Ball ever since I was at least 4 years old, and thought, you know what would Goku do? And it was a matter of take the moment, mourn, and then continue fighting on, doing what needs to be done moving forward. To anybody in the chat that was around for our appreciation stream yesterday, it ended up going 6 hours. It was just 6 hours of beauty and everybody coming together in the largest stream I've ever done, all to celebrate Toriyama's life. It was amazing. The man, an absolute legend, the Stan Lee of Japan, and he is, again, we spent all night pouring one out for him because he earned it. He deserved it. So yeah, RIP, train in Otherworld. You have earned it, buddy.
Awesome. Welcome, Pops.
Hey.
Stug, thank you for the $2 super sticker of Hot Face. And Lucy Lemonbug, thank you for the $2 super sticker of Cold Face. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be reading from these stickers. Do you guys?
Maybe they're trying to insinuate that you're a Katy Perry fan. You know, you're hot and you're cold. You're yes.
Oh.
Down.
Well, if Akira Toriyama has gone, the man has gone, but the legend will live on for a long time.
Yeah, tell me, Pops, because I think you know more about Sandland than I do. What is the status on that? Is that just mid-production manga now, and we're just left with it?
Yeah, honestly, I know I was really interested in it. The movie came out, but I haven't found it yet. I know there's a TV series coming as well.
Correct.
And yeah, there's a manga out there which I have not started yet, but obviously I'm going to start soon.
Well, the rumors are, I could be entirely incorrect on this, but right now it's being reported that his son Sasuke Toriyama will be taking over. So what the notice stated was that he would be taking over ownership of Dragon Ball, but I wonder if that also includes everything that was owned by Toriyama, including Sandland. So I would imagine that Sasuke Toriyama will also be taking ownership of the Sandland IP. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to write it. You know, Sasuke doesn't write Dragon Ball, Toyotaro does, but I would imagine that he probably also now has inherited Sandland, just like he inherited Dragon Ball, and he'll be passing it off to somebody who is going to carry on the legacy, like Toyotaro does with Dragon Ball.
Actually, it looks like Sandland was a single run, basically. So one volume from May 9th, 2000 to August 8th, 2000. So it would just be kind of oversight on the animation, I guess, is what would be left to
gotcha.
To the Sun. And a video game, apparently, coming April.
Yeah, the video game is coming out this year, and the video game looks awesome. That's actually how I found out about Sandland, was the video game announcement at not E3, Summer Games Fest or whatever, a couple years ago. And my goodness, it looks like a blast. So between that and Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, we've got a couple of Akira Toriyama's posthumous works going to live on in video game format. So,
all right. Well, that's sad. But I did have a great time yesterday. If you ever have the opportunity to go to a string quartet playing the music of Joe Hisaishi. He's the guy that did most of the composing for Studio Ghibli, among other things. That was a fantastic concert. Like, people watch some weird lady whispering into a microphone and like clicking it with her fingernails to get ASMR. Go listen to strings in the dark. That's ASMR. Welcome, Serranos.
Nice.
I didn't know you would be coming. I thought you and your people would be too broken up over the news.
I'm sure they are. Yeah.
Actually, so I won't even lie. During my stream last night, so many individuals from South America were in my chat. Like, it was wild. We had lots of Alejandros and various other, South American names.
Yeah, like particularly Toriyama just like has such a huge international influence in anime. Like, truly enormous. Like, he had a pretty big impact in Japan because how early it was, but internationally, is like his stuff is what got out there. Dragon Ball and Dragon Quest are some of the most well-known franchises in the entire world.
Well, and plus, like, part of it too is like the Japanese went down to Brazil and taught them jiu-jitsu, and that's where we get Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And they, like, South American people like to fight, and so you add fighting to Japanese that they already kind of enjoy, and now it's this cool cartoon that they can all see as kids. Like, you got them.
I mean, did you know that cartel crime actually slowed down on a weekly basis when Dragon Ball Super was airing? Like, on the
Wouldn't
nights
doubt
it
it.
aired? It's a legitimate statistic.
That's funny.
That's amazing. Let's see. I'm trying to pull up one of the. Is it Columbia? Where is the?
Ohio? You don't want to go to Ohio?
Not Columbus.
Yeah, don't go there.
Columbia. All right, we'll have to watch this one that has this bitch like talking in the front of it. But welcome, anime guy.
Hey everybody, how are you doing today?
Brandon.
Brother.
Oops.
Yeah, Colombia is like at the top of South Africa.
South
America.
So
Yes, it's South Africa.
Yes.
they have Shenron on the lead car in this parade, which also the lead car has a toe strap on the front. So someone has kitted out this Shenron mobile. Like, look, there's a little toe strap in the front. They know what's up. That thing goes brah, 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 when they have all the scouters and the in the Saiyan armor on not exactly coordinated, but you know what? They got heart. Okay, they got heart. And they dance in, doing their parade thing. And this was like a month ago I saw this. So it's like, this isn't like, oh, Toriyama's dead, let's throw a big, celebration in his honor. This was just something they do regularly in South America. They love Dragon Ball.
Yep, they do.
Big booty Vegeta. Get yourself a Colombian Vegeta. Whoever filmed that though, like don't pan vertically and then rotate sideways partway through. Either film horizontal or film vertical. You don't. Never the two shall mix.
Pick one.
Yeah,
Pick
do
one and
both.
stick with it.
Filmography 101. Come on, people.
What's up, tits? From the Ronin raid. Lucifer, Dave Chappelle lives in Ohio. Oh, does he now? Why would he do that? It seems like a weird
I
place
lived
to
there
choose.
before.
By choice.
Yeah, he's lived in Ohio ever since he basically left Fame behind after Chappelle's show. He's like, yeah, fuck it. He did what Bruce Campbell did. He's like, I don't want to be around all these Hollywood fucks.
I don't want anybody to be near me.
That was after he went and bummed around Africa for a while. He went and bummed around Africa, became a Muslim, and then came back. He's like, fuck it, I'm gonna live in Ohio.
What a strange choice. What is the tax in Ohio? Is it state or is it income? Or sales or income?
It's probably all the above.
Yeah, I feel like Ohio's probably
Always with the negatives with you. You know what? Okay, my state
Just
has
stating.
only sales tax, and then red states like Oklahoma have both. So, like, get out of here.
Good job peeking your mic.
And we have none.
Dude, speaking of taxes and the Toriyama stuff and whatnot, did any of you guys watch Tim Cast last night while they were covering the State of the Union?
No, I haven't watched Timcast.
I did
There's-
not.
Near the end of the State of the Union is when the news broke that Toriyama had passed, and Serge, their tech guy, goes, "Oh shit! I just heard Toriyama passed away. What are we doing watching the State of the Union? That's real news." Like,
Right?
while fucking Biden is talking, they said
It's
that on
true.
the
And does
cast. I was
anybody
like,
actually?
"Oh,
Nobody
shit,
really
that
cares about
was
State of the
amazing."
Union. Nobody really cares about State of the Union, anyways. So yeah.
Well, there's a reason why. It's because you know who, instead of doing an actual boring ass State of the Union address, he did a boring ass DNC convention speech.
Have I ever cared about State of the Union? It doesn't matter who's president. I never have.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you supposed to say? Yep.
Does it? Yeah.
States are states, baby.
So it's
Still
going.
unioned.
Well, at least in years past, whoever the president was laid out what
Brandon,
vision
but the
of
last
that
time it
they
mattered
wanted
was
to have,
before
but-
you were born.
What?
The last time it mattered was before you were born.
Ouch.
I'm older than you, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It
That's what he's
doesn't matter
saying.
over
That's the
100
last time
years.
that it mattered. What would that be? FDR
Under Ronaldus Magnus.
giving a State of the Union about, hey, we've beaten Japan and now it's time to move further further east.
In either case, it was. I'm glad I didn't watch it because I probably would have ended up puking all over the place. But yeah,
Wow, you
No,
got a
internet
weak,
drama's
weak
way more
stomach.
interesting.
And actually, yes, Ohio has sales and income tax. Why would you move there? Like, if you want to get away
Better
from
than
LA,
Chicago?
well, if you want to get away from like LA, go to like even Oregon would only be an income
Go to
tax,
Vegas.
so then you don't have to pay sales tax anymore,
Yeah.
right? Like, if you're Dave Chappelle, you've made all your money, you don't have an income anymore. Go to a place that doesn't have a sales tax.
Yeah, like
Wild.
Oregon wouldn't be a bad place to retire if you could get a place that's actually cheap.
Well, there's a lot of Oregon no one cares
Roy
about. You
Pursuit
could-
said it best. There's nothing wrong with Ohio except the snow and the rain. I really like Drew Carey, and I really want to see the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Well, the sales
you go.
tax is 8%.
Oh.
Why would you
I mean,
pay
that's-
8% sales tax when you could pay like 10% in Seattle?
To be fair, that's pretty average
It probably
across the
doesn't all
board
live in Seattle.
nowadays. Almost all the Midwest has between 7 and 10% sales tax.
And I
Not
feel
10,
lucky being at
I was
6.
between 6 and 9 actually. But
Okay, we got Alaska, Delaware, Montana, New Hampshire, and Oregon. Go live in Montana. That's what I would do. I would go get a
It's too
big
damn
chunk
cold.
of
Yeah, it's
land
very nice. It's very
in
pretty.
Montana.
where Bruce Campbell lives, Montana.
Or
I don't-
I mean, realistically, probably Eastern Oregon.
Well, actually, it might be Oregon where he lives.
Eastern
now.
Oregon is straight up desert. It's like almost
Yeah.
all of it's desert.
It's high
So you
desert
have to- you
plain
have to
until you
want
hit the mountains. It's not bad, but it's. Have you ever driven through the
Yeah, he lives in
eastern part
Oregon,
of
not
Oregon?
Montana. My bad.
Yeah, I've been there.
Because I mean,
before.
I lived in Eastern Oregon
Through
before.
the
It's-
middle of it, not through through
It's
I
not for
90.
most people. Most people do not want to live there. Trust me.
No, I'm
Yeah.
familiar.
Okay,
But even Yakima has like pretty places. So like,
yeah,
I mean, if I chunk out the whole east of the state, I'm sure there's some lake around there that has some trees.
then you go all the way over the Spokane area. There's a
There's
ton
a
of stuff
national
over there.
forest. I don't want to go
Yeah.
to Spokane. Get out of here, Spokane. Then I'd still be in Washington paying sales tax.
Yeah, go a little bit further and hop into Post Falls or Coeur d'Alene.
Well, then I'd still be paying sales tax because Idaho has a sales tax. What?
It's
What is so
6%.
I would rather go the next 50 miles through that little panhandle bitch you call the top of your state and get into Montana where I wouldn't pay sales tax anymore.
Yeah, but then you'd be snowed in, 9 months of the year.
Are you
Oh,
not in
no.
the north of Idaho? Isn't it the
Quaking
same?
in my boots.
Isn't it the same in northern Idaho?
No, because northern Idaho is lower elevation in most places.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, from what I remember, it's like 2,500, maybe 3,000. It's far enough down in elevation to where it's got evergreen all the time and tons of it. And when it gets gray outside and the snow and all that in the winter, you feel locked in and can't see worth a damn for months, and it sucks. I hated it.
Joke's on you. I live in VR world.
2,182 feet above elevation, above sea level is what Post Falls is at. So that puts Coeur d'Alene right in the same.
Ooh, how much is
But,
stuff in Parkdale?
Yeah, it's just a little too close to the ground for my taste. I'm happy at my 4,200 feet elevation.
What? What? Why?
One, we got trees and mountains, but we're not completely inundated. High desert plain. When it decides to snow, you can still see out and not feel like you're fully enclosed in like you do over there on the coast or there in the evergreen part of the states.
Feel closed in. I'm confused.
Okay. Most of these places,
I've driven through 10 feet of snow in a Honda Fit. So I'm confused. What do you mean? Are you're stuck or you just don't like the look of it?
No, the trees. The amount of trees that's there and just how enclosed everything feels. It's too much.
Oh, you don't like trees. Gotcha.
Not that many.
I like to
trees,
breathe, so I'll keep the trees.
Yeah, I just don't like being swallowed up by the evergreens all the time. So, that's just me.
Yeah, there's a Bigfoot behind each one of them too.
Yeah, pretty much. I think tonight's a night to go to bed early. I'm wiped out. I think I'm starting to come down with the bull crap that everybody else in the house has had.
Uh-oh.
I want to go to bed early, but I started my new Friday show a couple weeks ago, and I've got to stick to it and be dedicated. So I'm like, well, guess I'm gonna be doing this stream, then hopping off around 11:30 and prepping my 12:15 a.m. stream.
What a great looking car.
I love this. That's the perfect.
I like it a lot.
Perfect
I
design.
think the Cybertruck's amazing.
It's so great.
I do not like.
What do you mean,
especially with the with the weird graffiti on it.
It looks like an angular ass.
What ass looks like that? At least say something like it looks like a Star
Lara
Fox.
Croft.
Like
OG Lara Croft. There you go.
Ah, goodness. This car looks great. This car is great.
The thing is fugly.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Ones on this fucking panel that are like very pro Cybertruck.
I love Cybertruck. I still have a little
Cybertruck.
I put money down on one. Like I'm still waiting.
Yeah, I could take it or leave it.
Take it or leave it. I like it.
Yep.
But here's the deal. Growing up with 1970s trucks that were all square and steel, and it was great because like when the door didn't shut right because a little piece of trim got in the way, you just ripped it off and threw it in the bed and you kept going because it was just big and steel, and you're like, I got this 70s truck, and everyone around you has this pillowy ass, plastic ass 90s Tacomas and the Ford Rangers and all the like, oh, I got a dent and it's going to cost me $50,000 to get a new truck. And it's like, oh, yeah, bitch. Now we got a steel truck again and it's straight. So if something's like, out of line, you whack it with a hammer and keep going. Like, I love this thing.
Maybe if it wasn't electric, I'd be okay. But, that's
oh, well, yeah, you live where power doesn't. So, Your thoughts on electric?
Where I want to be able to drive and not be tethered to the power grid. Yeah, you're right. I don't want to be tied down to that crap. No, I don't like it.
That's a common misconception about electric vehicles, though. Is like, as someone who doesn't even own one or anything, like the vast majority of electric vehicles, you're not going to be in danger of like just running out of juice and being stranded on the I-5 or whatever. Like most electric vehicles have got like 400 miles in them on a charge.
Unless it's an F-150 Lightning, in that case you do have a problem because those things don't do worth a damn.
Well, if you pick a bad car, yeah, it's gonna suck. That's a weird choice.
Yeah, well, there have been plenty of people that bought the thing thinking that they could tow with it and go all electric while towing, and it doesn't work. Now, that thing probably weighs, about 10,000 pounds because of the batteries needed in order to make it work?
It has a towing capacity of 10,000 pounds.
Kids mine with their bare goddamn hands so that we can assert dominance? Fuck yeah.
The Lightning weighs 6,000 pounds.
Yeah.
And it can tow 10,000 pounds. That's...
Yeah, you can maybe tow 10,000 pounds, maybe 50 miles before the batteries give out. It's not very good on the towing size, but I guess it could be
weighs
worse.
Barely more than my Tahoe.
I guess this thing could be worse.
I hate it for one reason, okay? What is the
Which one?
stupidest thing about new truck? Okay, I'll give everybody an opportunity. I'll even pull up a truck so we can all look at new truck, and we can all say why we don't like new truck. What is the dumbest, stupidest thing about new trucks?
They're really
Let's start
tall.
with Brandon.
All the crap that they put in them that fails. I want a truck for hauling. I don't.
That was such a politician answer. What sucks
It
about
may
new
be a
trucks?
politician
Thing
answer,
that
but
is
it's the
bad.
truth. You know,
What
you buy if you're buying a truck to haul stuff.
Just name a thing. What's dumb about every new truck that you buy, whether it's Ford, Chevy, cost? Okay.
Yeah.
Stranos, what's dumb about every new
Hold on,
truck?
I'm gonna adjust that. Not just the cost, the starting cost. There we go.
Okay.
I was gonna say just oversized. You can't get any mid-sized trucks.
Oversized. Okay. Okay. Cool.
This is America. Nothing is oversized. If this was in Japan, maybe.
Shut up,
Oh.
Brandon. We're moving on to Pop. Pop, what's wrong with truck? Big American truck.
Beds are too high up off the ground. You can't lift anything up
Yes,
easily.
that's true.
Okay.
There you go.
Leon. Next, what do you got?
They are more luxury than utilitarian.
Ooh, I like that one.
Bingo.
So Lucifer has a good one too. The boxes are too short. Okay. My tiny truck box is longer than an F-150 box, and it is like teeny tiny, and it's way more useful. But the dumbest thing about new truck is giant child-killing blind spot in front of it, which you don't need. They're like, oh, well, we got to fit the V8. We got to fit the V6 with the supercharged. We got to fit the Cummins. We got to, like, no, that's not how it works. Just lower your damn engine. And when you pop these hoods anyway, you can see there's all kinds of space in there. You can lower those damn hoods so you can see over these stupid things, because you get morons in these fuckers that are driving around, have no idea what's like 5 feet in any direction because they're too short to see around it, and this thing is too big. So you're like, oh, I'll make it electric. Now he doesn't have to have this big-ass thing. So what do? They just make a big-ass opening that you can put stuff in, like a giant trunk, and it's like, you've got a fucking bed. Why would you not chop this stupid nose off and make it like a cab over or something so that you can actually see and use the dang thing?
Now, a commercial cab over like a pickup truck size would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool to see.
So a
used to have
mid-engine
them
mount.
back in the
or
60s.
The cab over. Yeah.
I've never seen one of those.
They used to have half-ton trucks and three-quarter-ton trucks that were cab overs. The Ford
My
Econoline
tiny
line,
truck
Yeah.
has
you go.
beautiful view. I could see the sides of everything. And when you
I've never seen an American truck like that.
literally Hino, no, not Hino. There's I mean, it's not gonna be American, but we use Isuzu trucks all the time that are like that. But when you look at the Ford Lightning Frunk, what do they call these stupid things? Look at this. Look at all this empty space you need so that you can run over more children and like tailgate more people. What, like, why? There's
what
a
the hell design is
bathtub.
this?
What?
What is
the
this? I've
design,
never
yeah.
seen this.
This is what happens when you open the front of a Ford Lightning. It's this giant bathtub
Oh, it's
space.
because it's electric.
Because the
Okay.
electric motors are tiny. And it's like, the motors are tiny, so make the front tinier.
That's completely asinine on something like that.
You know how they marketed it? We went to the electric festival with our car and everything, and inside there are outlets, and so they had like coolers with like drinks, and it was like, you can bring coolers to the beach.
Here
I'm
you
like,
go.
I'm bringing this bitch to the beach. Are you kidding me? Like,
That's insane.
stupid.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that makes
I
sense.
love the idea of like the electric truck. We can finally bring back the tiny truck, and like Toyota has that the new Toyota truck that's all tiny.
Yeah, they're going back and they're shrinking it back down a bit.
Yeah. Because we can say F you to the EPA, they can finally get back into this tiny truck that's actually like a utility truck that people can use, like a truck that works, folding gates on all sides, you know, moderately sized. Like, give me something that fucking
that's a
works
truck-
and not these
that's a truck that I would
goddamn
wanna actually drive.
marshmallows that
That'd
they've
be-
been
that'd be
throwing
actually
at
useful
us
to me.
for years.
Well, something like that Toyota that you were pull back up the Toyota if you would.
Yeah, the new one.
Something like that makes a lot more sense.
Isn't it good?
In a heavier urban area? It really does. I know that with Ford, they released the new Ranger. It's more mid-sized, but they also did a smaller one. I can't remember what they call it, but something like that does make more sense in the city, for sure.
I know guys who live out in the boons that would use this thing that are currently using like 90s Ford Rangers, and they're like, I'm not going to upgrade because if I do, it eats gas
it's too
and
big.
doesn't do anything I need. Because
like
they're all
a
running
Jeep.
those
There's not many
97 Rangers,
specific applications where you need like a huge truck to haul like this fat ass.
Well, if you're wanting to
RV.
if you want to get into certain places for buying, you can't. Even if you've got a nice big, even F-150-ish sized truck, 4x4, lifted or not, doesn't matter. Just having that little extra bit of body makes it a lot more difficult to traverse some of these places. Whereas something like that, or the Jeep design, or even the Bronco design,
where you get that more narrow wheelbase, so you can actually crawl with it.
Yeah, a little narrower on the wheelbase and a little shorter in the overall length of it makes a huge difference in those cases. But it's one of those things. But I think I would have to agree with Leon on the base models of trucks. Let me just give you an example. From back in 2017, my mom and dad decided to get a fifth wheel because that's what they want to do during the summer. 3 months away from city, out a little more lot smaller area. My dad bought a 3500 Cummins Dodge, the 4-door mega cab. Of course, he got the long bed. It's a monster of a truck.
Yeah, when you can get the long beds and you're like, oh, look, I actually have a bed that I can store 8 feet of lumber in.
It looks weird considering how short beds have become, even with just an extended cab or even on a standard cab, they look tiny anymore. But
which one was it, the Chevy or the?
He bought the Dodge, so he's got the 6.7. It's got whatever the monster transmission that's in it. But when he bought the Workman model. And even at that time, the Workman model, which just has the cloth seats, a little nicer stereo because it's cheap to do that. It basically looked like that, just newer with the extended quad cab. More like the blue one that's down there.
These guys?
Yeah, closer to that, but in the 3500.
Right.
But I remember he was able to get it during the deals that they were having. I believe it was about $45,000.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get that same Workman model current year, because the dealership keeps calling him and saying, hey, you want to trade in your truck and get a new one? He won't do it, precisely because the cost of that base and the amount of crap that they have started tossing into them has pushed it closer to like 55, 60 as a starting point for the big 3500s. And then they just go up from there. If you go all the way up to the Laramie models, you're going to be 70, 80,000. Hell, I think there's one of the Fords that goes up over $100,000 now for their absolute ridiculous top end, either King Ranch. And I think that's even just in the F-150, they get upwards of 60, 70,000. To me, that is the stupidest thing to ever occur to trucks, is having their base end include the stuff they include on the base end become so ridiculous that they just become too expensive for most people, to buy. Whereas years ago, yeah, you could have gotten that 2-door Dodge or the 2-door Chevy or the 2-door Ford, the 250 or the 350, gas or diesel, didn't matter, and everyone could afford them, or a lot easier proportionally than what they can now.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Pop used to have an 85 Dodge D100 with the slant 6.
Yep.
Ooh. That's a nice engine, except for that 6-cylinder.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Like it's you wonder, you're like, man, could they have made it a 5? Because like every time I've had someone with a slant 6 where they're doing a rebuild, when you take it apart, that last cylinder is just war. And they're like, well, I got to fix this one.
Yeah, it would just go and go. I had hardly any trouble with it at all.
Yeah, I love that that little 4-banger Toyota 87 before the Hilux. That thing was great. That was I stopped putting oil in it because I was pouring in college, and I was like, I can't keep doing this, and it kept going for like 4 months, just leaking away.
Wow. That's the one thing I will say about the mid '90s Toyota truck my folks had. They did have the little Tacoma in the 4x2 standard, and then they traded up to an extended. The Gutless Wonder is what I call it. And you were lucky to get it to go to get it up to speed for the freeway.
That's funny. Those so the Tacomas use the 22R, and depending on your year, it's the 22RE engine. And the Lotus. Do you remember when the Exige came out? Let me see if it. Yeah, this guy. The Lotus Exige. This guy.
Not really. I wasn't too much into sports cars.
This would have been 2002, I want to say. So this sports car was using the same 22RE with a turbo on it, and it was literally just called the 22RET. But it was hilarious because you know, the area I lived in, I bumped elbows with people that were like stupid rich. So we had this kid that like his dad owned Country Stoves and sold it. And so this was his car when he turned 16. And I had the 87 Toyota, and he popped the hood, and I was like, I recognize this motor. I popped my hood, and I was like, it's the same engine, just like a little later.
That's kind of funny.
Well, if you got a good engine design, you can do all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, don't change what ain't broke.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Although I will say this, with Ford, they did use the 4.6 Mustang V8 in their base level F-150s, and they changed it. They detuned it a bit, which seems stupid to me, but it just didn't. It didn't work. It doesn't work as good in a truck as it did in the car.
Yeah, that would make sense. You need a lot more torque coming out of it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the amount of horsepower and torque that it did, no, it wasn't the best. Konosuba.
Yeah, somebody put Dragon Ball faces on Konosuba characters.
Oh,
cool.
Okay, never change truck forums. F150forum.com. Difference between the truck 4.6. Anyone know the difference between the truck 4.6 and the Mustang 4.6?
Horsepower output, the amount of injectors per cylinder, and the transmission attached to it.
I mean, the car, yeah. Change the gear in your rear end will increase your torque and speed, but will burn more gas. Yeah. Different intake cams.
Yep.
Intake and cams for anyone who just wants to correct me on that. Manufactured differently? What would that be? The 4.6 is a Triton modular engine, no matter what FLM it is. That Triton is a funky engine.
Yeah. Yeah, those 4.6s, I didn't care. They were not my favorite.
Two plants manufacture the 4.6, Romeo and Windsor. There are several differences between these motors. F-150s can have either. The reasons Mustangs are faster than F-150s are the trans ratios, weight, and intake manifold. Mustang intake manifolds run shorter, which provides more horsepower at higher RPMs because the lighter cars don't need to tow low-end torque, of course.
Yeah.
Building your truck with a Mustang motor would make absolutely no difference because you'll be using the same intake off your F-150, especially when towing because you need torque at lower RPMs. Yeah, like the graphs don't just, you can't just have a graph that's like max power across the board unless you have an electric motor.
Yeah.
Depending on the year of your truck, a few options to gain power. Oh, this guy's just trying to build a truck. Never mind. I don't care what he wants to do to build a truck.
Transmission was probably the other part of the problem. The choices that they made in that 4-speed was,
I mean, yeah. I mean, a
Paltry.
lightweight muscle car, quote unquote lightweight, needs that 4,000 plus RPM to be just maxing out the horsepower. any truck needs that torque to be just kicking from 1,000 to 3,000. You know, otherwise, why have a truck?
In that case, they just should do diesel across the board because that's where their power range is at. And that's the highest RPM that they go to anyways before you start redlining.
I mean, but then you have a diesel.
Yeah. I can't say I didn't have any problems with diesel because I did have problems with Big Red, but once
I've
once
had
Big Red was
multiple
figured
diesels and multiple problems, and they fucking suck because of all the pressure they're under, and you can't just like fix them. Like, God, I hate them.
No, you need a diesel mechanic for that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you could die, and you're like, why? Why would you build this? You want to get injected with diesel fuel? It's got a really high pressure, and I'm like, no, I don't want that. I just want a car to work.
Maybe if you understood the diesel's problems, you'd want to be diesel yourself.
No, I'm good. I've been through a diesel Rabbit, diesel Beetle, and a diesel truck, and they can all rot in the bottom of whatever junkyard hell there is.
That's one thing I will say. The maintenance and the repairs on Big Red were a lot more than what they were on my F-150 when we had it.
Yeah. Tits, they are bringing him back. The Wankel is back.
Wait, who? I know Mazda had a radial engine, but
Yeah,
didn't
Mazda, they
stop
brought it back.
The RX-7.
again?
Yep. So
Never
the
died.
rotary Wankel is back in their Mazda hybrid because Wankels are tiny, and with modern materials, you can make them actually work well. As I've brought up a couple of times, the guy that does like the 4-rotor and the 12-rotor engines just to mess with it. But yeah, they've got their new Mazda that, you know, it's a plug-in, so it's hybrid and it has a motor. And because they wanted to save weight and space, they went with a Wankel motor because they're super lightweight. You could have a 1.3 liter like engine that does the same as like a 2-liter V4. So it is back. It is being made. Congratulations, Tits. You have your rotary. This is what it looks like.
Cool.
But it's a Mazda? What do you mean, but it's a
Yeah.
Mazda? Name one good rotary that's not a Mazda.
I wasn't aware of anybody else except Mazda that's ever done a rotary.
Yeah, what? You mean radial engines like an airplane engine? Like,
What, turbine?
yeah, like you pull like an Allison out and just stick it in your car for some
What,
reason.
the Batmobile or what?
Mercedes-Benz C111, probably a billion years ago
Yeah.
in the 60s and 70s. Okay, Citroen, congratulations, you want the gayest car you could possibly purchase. The
it's
M35.
French.
Yeah. I drive a Citroen. Car says Citroen on it.
49 horsepower, 50 torque.
69.
My word.
Your old reliable has been your Subaru Forester. It has a lift and beefy tires. It looks cool. Forester! Woo! You got to get that STI swap going, Lucy, and then we can go bombing together. What year? What year? Because if it's the right year, we might actually have like the same car just with different shells. Yeah, the rest of this is Mazda's. Oh, AMC
Yeah.
Pacer. When did they give the
Oh.
Pacer a rotary?
The
Bullshit.
fishbowl.
The fishbowl.
That's what we used to call it.
Wayne and Garth.
Yeah.
I love the Serrano Snyder over here. Like, we play
Yeah,
games.
I don't.
Oh, 2013. You're way newer than
I
mine.
don't drive cars.
Mine's an 02.
I like cars. I'm just not very knowledgeable about the inner workings beyond the basics, especially of newer model cars.
Cargo
I'll
fast.
play second.
Like,
Angry about that.
send me down with something from the 60s, 70s, where it was
Of
just
course, I
fucking,
have it.
yeah, where there's no computers. No, I'm good. I can hold my own. But modern cars, I know dick about.
Lucifer,
Maybe
it's my
people-
rally car. I have a cage and everything, and right now I'm ripping out all of the unnecessary electrical wiring. After 20 years of 2 other owners, there's a lot of garbage in there. It's your ski car. You also have a family car. Nice. Ski car would be fun. I guess the Tahoe kind of works for that, but the EV also has snow mode, so I guess there's that. I'm still waiting to see. Wait, who would have a Votary that's not a
pile.
Mazda. It's just like it's a Mazda. It's like what I mean. What rotary motor is it?
And say I love the car
So
that I have
confused.
now. The only thing that I wish that I could get with it, or if I was going to trade it, it would be all-wheel drive. That would that would be worth having.
For sure.
Yeah.
I love the car I have now as well. It's my current car is an 08 Toyota Camry, but it's I love it because it's standard as opposed to automatic. I've always felt better driving a standard because my first car was a standard. So
Nice. You can't get them in standard anymore. Although you can get a brand new Jetta with the 6-speed now.
oh yeah, that's all the money I make on YouTube is allowing me to afford a fucking Jetta.
Woohoo!
$22,000.
50 cents a day.
Yeah.
When you
I was-
upload, that is.
I was
That's
rather
sponsorship with
surprised at
Volkswagen.
that. Yeah, I was rather surprised at it with with Volkswagen. They've done away with most of their cars. I think they only have the Golf and the Jetta. Most everything else they do now is SUVs. So I was surprised when I saw the article come up that said that they're trying to be a lot more competitive on the base end, the starter type car. So but the first car that I bought was only 12 grand new. So to have it be 22 grand new as a starting point now is a bit much. So there it is. Yeah. So they got the Jetta GI. What the hell is an Arteon?
The Arteon. So it's
That must
their
be
like
the Passat
The
replacement.
premium.
big 4-door thingy.
Yeah, it just looks like a glorified Passat. But yeah, the new Jetta, the base engine and transmission choice is 6-speed manual. And I guess there's a lot of others that are looking to go back to that too, because the cost of the automatic transmission is just so much more. Which it's when you look at the cost,
That's
of
been a thing
buying
forever, though. I
car-
remember when I was first shopping for cars, like when I was 15, you would click automatic and it would jump up in price by like
Yeah,
3 grand.
1,000,
and you're
at least
like,
a grand.
What?
That's why I didn't get an automatic in my first car. Yeah, 6-speed
power
manual,
windows.
8-speed automatic.
And, I mean,
It-
to be fair, me getting an automatic as my first car wasn't necessarily like a plan
Choice?
or whatnot. I just saw a '94 Chevy Beretta on Craigslist for $200 and thought, well, I can afford that at 16.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be a beautifully working order. I have no idea why they were only selling it for 200 because that thing was awesome.
They wanted to get rid of it.
Yeah. But for a new car, to have a starting a car of this size, to have a starting price point of that is, in this day and age with everything the way it's gone, that's not bad. And they don't from what I saw, they didn't overload the thing to death. They put all the stuff that's needed, but it didn't look like that they overdid it. So if I was going to get one, I wouldn't mind
starting
getting
at 2,100. Well, SAV status.
one. Little tiny SUV.
Yeah. If you
More or
want
less
a
just a
hatch,
hatchback.
you want a hatchy boy?
The old school station wagon.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take this over a station wagon any day.
Yeah. No,
You're like, oh, look at all this
space.
space I have to lean into and can't reach things. Like,
Well, they got to have like a model. They got to call it like the ass, because you could have the Nissan Kicks ass.
oh, there
I
you
mean,
go.
it
The
writes itself.
ASS.
Why they? It's perfect.
Constantly variable transmission CVT. Yeah.
I wonder if those work yet.
My brother's had a few Nissans with it, and
Oh, Jeebles.
the only thing that I found weird with it is there's no shift points, because it's always
Yep.
doing whatever it does
Yep.
to not have to do that.
The
My dad had a Nissan Pathfinder while I was growing up. I love that thing.
Yeah.
Like,
It's a
like
good
an
one.
03 Nissan Pathfinder. It was like in my opinion, it was like a better Jeep Wrangler.
nice.
Or
My buddy
Jeep
had
Grand
the,
Cherokee, I mean,
Xterra
a
of
better
that
Jeep
same
Grand
year.
Cherokee.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Fuck, you just said something. What did you just say? What did Brandon just
Tits
say?
and Ray Gun says 76 Chevy Malibu. I'm actually during the summers I work with my grandfather. We're in the process of restoring a 79 El Camino.
Nice.
Oh, nice car. Nice.
Yeah. That'll be a
Oh,
lot of fun.
CVT.
Yeah,
not,
that's Like I'm one of the few things that he's like, I like working on it with him, putting it together with him, because he's like, yeah, when I eventually pass, which I don't want to happen. My grandpa's fucking awesome, but reality, he's like, yeah, this is gonna be yours, because your dad doesn't really like cars, doesn't know anything about cars. So I was like, that's fucking amazing. I don't even know what to say. That's gonna be awesome.
That will be
We've
awesome.
done a lot of under the hood stuff. We've changed it from carbureted to fuel injected, so that it gets better gas mileage. We did end up making it automatic so the women can drive it. So there's that.
Do you put disc brakes on it?
I don't know if that's on the in the cards or not. Actually,
I would definitely do that, because I've had vehicles that were drum brakes all around. Yeah, you get them wet and they don't like to brake. They don't like to stop.
Yeah.
So, I agree. Tits and ray guns. I fucking love El Caminos. Not even gonna front.
Yeah. Yeah. The truck-ish kind of car-looking thing, very unique looking, even for the time, and definitely in today's day and age, you just don't see too many of those things floating around here anymore.
It looks stock, disc in the front, drum in the back, like the olden days.
Is that what the El Camino had?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. As long as it has it up front, you'll be okay, but
that classic style. Oh, I remember. You were saying without hearing the shifting. Yeah, you get the same effect in the. Do you remember Mercedes came out with the 8-speed transmission? Did you ever hear those ads or anything while you're out and about? That thing was wacky, because it was the same thing where it was just like.
That would be a little disconcerting.
And you're like, what is going on in here? Shift, damn it.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's I do love cars, but unfortunately, cars are money pits.
They can be,
unless you got deep pockets and don't care.
Excuse me.
Then they're just.
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't change the fact how much money it costs.
Just do your regular maintenance and you'll be fine, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Never.
People neglect their cars. They do. They just, cargo? Good.
I'm on it. I'm on the other end. I'm on the, I need to replace this. I'm going to make it better.
Yeah, for sure. But you're the exception, right? A lot of people are just like, my car drive me. That's good.
It's true.
Oh yeah, I take
Check
care
the damn
of all my
oil.
stuff.
Yeah, you're right, Alex Moore. If you look at the oil and you can see it at night, and you're like, "Wow, look at where my oil's at." Change it. It shouldn't be that dark. It shouldn't look like chocolate.
Yeah, I take care of my vehicles, all of them that I've ever had, and I did have an 08 Camry. Oh, what, about 7-8 years ago now? I did like it, but
was yours standard as well, or do they sell them in so they sold automatic models as well?
Yeah, they did automatic. It was an automatic when we bought it. Let's see, we bought it used. Crap, we bought that used back in 2014.
Tags on my Camry actually expired this month. I need to get them taken care of.
Yeah. Cars can be money pits, but they're also a lot of fun. But yeah, out of all the vehicles I've owned, I think the one that I had the most fun with was my 01 1.8 turboed Jetta. That was a lot of damn fun.
Yeah, it would be. Yep.
Small displacement turbocharged engines are just smiles. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what's like. It's the old adage of it's more fun to drive a slow car fast. Like when you've got this four-banger that's just screaming at 6,000 RPM, like you're like, yeah! Versus like you could be going twice as fast in like a way bigger car, and you're like, all right, cool, take this turn, and it's just like just humming along. And you're like, this is boring.
Yeah, man, that's exactly how it was. My favorite car I ever owned was my first. It was that 94 Chevy Beretta, because I was young and dumb and 16 and got to do a bunch of dumb shit with it, and it was amazing. Like I'd be just zooming along down the interstate and get right behind a fucking semi, pull in a big trailer or whatnot, and just throw it in neutral and let the drag just pull me along. Probably terrible for the car, but my God, was it fun.
Oh, that reminds me of when I rented an Echo. That thing was like driving a go-kart. Like, it was amazing.
Echo? What?
Yeah, Toyota Echo. It was just like the smallest thing, and you could just put your foot to the floor, and like you say, 6,000 revs driving down the highway, just hanging on for dear life.
Did you have to get out and pull the little cable in the back to make it go faster?
Start. Oh yeah,
it was a little baby.
Just a tiny thing, like I say, like a go-kart.
Yeah, they're tiny, all right. The '88 Civic that my folks got me when I was still in high school. I did all sorts of shit in that that would make make the hair on your butt stand up. So
a turbo on a motorcycle?
Oof.
Ooh.
That would take me a while. That would take me a bit.
Yeah, that's a death trap there. That would be a screamer, but man. Oh well. Then again, on a 900, my problem with motorbikes was until I got up to about a 1500 cc sized engine bike.
Yeah,
I felt like I was going to break the damn thing.
Mm.
And that's even back when I was in about 100 pounds lighter than I am now. So
yeah. I love the Honda Grom, the little grocery getter. It's is it 150? What is it? It's this little tiny bike.
like a Vespa-esque type thing.
124. Well, it's size wise, yes, but like design wise, it looks like a little tiny crotch rocket. But like this thing was a freaking blast for just zoom arounds.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, something like that would be good for just piddling around town.
They're tiny though. They were funny. It always felt weird when you would drive it, and then you would get on like my buddy had an Aprilia, and that thing was like a 700, and it was like an adventure style. So it was like you're way up, and you're like, damn, what is this? Some sort of giant bike?
I'm surprised that bike could hold 2 people.
Oh, and I've driven with a passenger on the back. I am proof positive that it can indeed make a grocery run with 2 people.
I need to go. I've got a cat that decided to wander into places where she ought not go. So you all have yourself a wonderful night. Tomorrow morning, got the leader of the Bigot Army stopping by, Hypnotic. We're going to talk talk a little bit of everything. So be there. And from what he told me, he can only be there for about half the show. So the other half's going to be tossed open to everybody. So yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds like
It's
a
going
fun
to be
morning.
fun. All right, gentlemen. Have a good night.
Catch you later, bud.
See ya.
Yeah, we'll see you.
This is a pizza delivery bike, Alex Moore. This is the Japanese pizza delivery, and they have a scooter racing too. So they've got these big, because you got to deliver pizzas in the rain. The back box keeps it warm. Get your anime, collab going on. These things are a blast, and they're 3-wheelers too. That way you don't have to worry about dropping a kickstand every time you make a pizza delivery.
So who do we vote for? Pizza Hut? Domino's? What are we going for?
Domino's over Pizza Hut any day of the week.
Yeah, I know.
In Japan, though?
In Japan, it's usually actually, I've had both Pizza Hut and Domino's.
They are both better in Japan.
No. Japan doesn't know pizza. Italian food in Japan, I would, unless you know the place and like other people have said go here, don't do it. Japanese people don't know cheese. Japanese people don't understand like crust. Like they don't get it. They're like, oh, we made it, and you're like, this is phyllo dough.
Well, I mean, that makes sense.
cheddar on
Because when's the last time you were like, hey, I want to cook something fancy? Let's look up a Japanese bread recipe. Like, no, they know fucking meat and rice.
Yeah. Now their hotel bread, not bad, but like it's the only bread that's like good. And it's this big thick cut bread pieces. But stateside, I always do pizza.
They make
Hut.
desserts. They make desserts.
But usually, if I'm gonna bother getting pizza, we're to the point now where like the Pizza Hut price creep. I'm just gonna go to like The Rock or like Smoking Monkey or like one of the small pizza places and order pickup because
that charges you like $5 more for their pizza.
Exactly. It's like, all right, cool. I'll pay $5 more to have a pizza that I love as opposed to the cheap pizza that is not that cheap anymore.
Yeah, we just do Panago. If we want to get something to go.
Panago? Pandago?
No, Panago.
Panago.
It's short for Panagopolis. That's what they used to call themselves.
Huh.
And they just shortened it up.
Panago Pizza, Victoria.
That's the closest one to you, I guess.
Yeah, for me, that would be the closest one to get to. We have a bunch of pizza places though, like that are like
there's
around, but around they're like all around, but like not like chains, but kind of chains, Like Pagliacci Pizza, I love that place. That's a good one. You have a chain here that charges $1 more than Domino's, and the pizza's far better. There you go.
It's worth
we got
it.
Zeke's Pizza. That's the best pizza in this. If you're ever in the Seattle area, and I mean from the Tukwila all the way to Everett, go to Zeke's Pizza. Their dough is like a bagel dough, so it's like a delicious dough.
Lucifer knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
My controller's like gone bust. Like the little area where it connects to the wire it's not connecting at all anymore, so I can't charge it.
Oh no! So sad. Pour one out for your controller too.
Yeah, dead controllers. Like nothing else gave up on it. It was just the stupid connection.
The gas station in Meat there.
I'm sure
there's not a place called Meat
I'm sure I could like hack this open and like force it to work, but
oh my gosh, there's a place called Meat
I have to look that up first.
Meat. Apparently, it's got great pizza.
Oh my gosh, that's all Matisse has. and a Mormon church. They got pizza and a Mormon church apparently, and a cemetery that's big enough for Google to identify.
Well, there must have been people there at one point.
They're all in the cemetery now. Probably from eating the pizza.
Hopefully
they died happy.
Yeah. Well, this pizza's pretty good. What?
Oh, Leon, killer toque, by the way. Right on.
What?
You got an awesome. I like your toque.
Your hat. The thing on your
head.
Oh,
my hat. I'm sorry. I thought you said my tooth. I'm like, really?
No.
It's all fucked up. No, thank you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Use the technical control or name of your hat.
Yes.
I've never heard it called anything other than a beanie. So
it's a beano. Welcome, Lucifer.
Hello.
Toronto swore it'd be a beaner.
Is that like the first time you've ever heard the word toque, Leon?
Yeah, in that context, yeah. Like usually when people say toque, I just assume they're Canadians trying to say the word toque.
Could you pass me a toque? They are called beanies down here. Yeah.
Toque pass.
Toque pass. Yeah, Lucifer's here. Lucifer's with us, IJP. And you could be too if you click the link in your DMs.
Yeah, last night, oh boy. So the dogs wake me up, and Leon has been going for what, like 6 hours? You're talking about Akira Toriyama, yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when he gets Tim on his stream.
Yeah, oh god, yeah.
I ended up kicking him later. Like he left voluntarily. Then he came back, and he was super drunk when he came back, and so I kicked him, and he got pissed at me.
What? Tim never drinks. What are you
talking
about?
But yeah, no, it was great. Tim was there the whole time. It was honestly great. We had some rotating people come in and out. Near the end, I just opened it up to the chat. Like, hey, anyone in chat, don't really care if you're a streamer or YouTuber. If anyone wants to come on and talk about Toriyama, go for it. So several people came on. Vinkman's girl came on. That was super cool.
Yeah, that's I've had my times where I'm like, Tim, I love you, and I'm doing this for you.
Dude, it was so funny because he comes back. He's like, all right, I gotta go to bed for the night. I'll catch you later. I was like, yep, man, later. He leaves. I bring a few other people on to talk about Toriyama. Then Tim comes back, so I was like, oh, maybe he's got additional stuff to say, and he's definitely shit faced by this point. So and he starts like going up on the audience. He was all like, "Yeah, fuck you, fuck with." I was like, "All right, kick." And then he pops into the viewer chat and he's like, "I understand that you've got a show to run, but I don't like you censoring me, Leon." And I was like, "Oh, buddy, it's for your own good, I promise."
I get to
Sometimes
censor
censorship is
whoever I want.
necessary, and also I don't apologize for it. So yeah, we want to talk about the drama connected to the Sweet Baby Inc.
Wait, why? What drama could be connected to that?
Again?
Man and Heels vs. Babyface.
Oh no!
I actually have the Actman video saved. I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, do you?
Oh, it's good. It's good.
So yeah, if we want to watch it, that'd be
because I can go over my
fun.
points.
Yeah, I've got it saved, but I haven't seen it. I've been busy doing other shit, mostly covering.
So I was arguing with Angry Canadian on Discord about it.
It's Act Ma'am.
Act Ma'am, yeah. Alex Moore, hold on. I'm gonna be real. I got to comment on this. The fact that you're burned out on it is the point and is the problem, because if you're burned out on it, then that's how these individuals win. That's how Sweet Baby Inc. wins. If you're tired of hearing about it, when new information's coming out every day, that's why these corporations, that's why these companies ran a full week before they started running Sweet Baby Inc. defense articles and shit like that, because they're waiting for just the general everyday individual who does care about this stuff to get tired of it. So by all means, do what you want. Feel free. It's free to bounce out, turn your stuff down, but just know that is how we lose. That's why we lose, and that's why games continue to suck, because you get tired of that sort of stuff.
You know, you drop your retweet and keep scrolling. Like, you don't need to engage with it if it drives you nuts, but you should.
Well, what I'm saying is, if new information comes to light,
like Axeman are just, I generally think they're just not good people, and they're not arguing good faith. I think it's point out stuff like that.
I like how Actman's only argument was, I just want to talk with you. I just want to talk. It's like, okay, but do you have a problem with what he actually said? Like, is there an issue with well, we should just be able to talk. Like, we should I went through Mahler and we should just be able to talk. I'm like, okay, but do you have a problem with what I said? No. Well, I just want to talk with you. It's like, fuck off. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they're content creators, I guess. You got to make content. Content.
Yeah, it's super weird to see where it's like, why? Like, you see this happen all the time.
And the real question is like, wait, why does Az need to talk to you? Like, what's the actual discourse that would be going on there? What would you be talking about? What opinions would be changing?
Unless he was going to admit he was in fact wrong after throwing that bitch-made fit all those months ago over the Starfield stuff. If he wants to invite Az on and say, hey, turns out you were right, I apologize, that would be nice.
Private chat here.
This the Actman video here.
Yeah, this is his video.
All right, pulling it up.
I mean, I went
Heels versus Babyface did a 45-minute response to it, but we don't really need to watch that. It's like his video speaks for itself. That's what Az tweeted, but he wanted to turn into content, so he put out a big video. I watched it.
On Twitter is going to be the evidence I talked about in regards to the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff. If you're in the loop on that, great. If not, long story short, I made a tweet about Sweet Baby Inc. looking into it, and it has reignited the discourse
real quick.
Starfield.
If you want to pause it, I just gotta say he looks like a Hogwarts character, like a Hogwarts Legacy created character wearing that.
Like he's got his the bathrobe that he stole from Harry Potter World.
Yeah.
He's Hufflepuff.
Also, I was gonna say,
he's
Actman made this tweet, but
that's the most
what
low
really
T.
kicked this off was Memology 101 making fun of him for being wrong and Az being right about DEI in video games.
Oh man, Tits! I want to go to your ranch. I haven't done.
Because Sweet Baby Inc. isn't
stuff
connected to Bethesda, most likely. Like, maybe somebody that worked for them is, but Sweet Baby Inc., the company, is not connected to Starfield. is from what we know.
Yeah, correct. It's just the idea that Sweet Baby Inc. is one
the whole
of
idea
many...
of what they like.
Right.
All the things they push is present in Starfield.
Well, also Sweet Baby Inc. is not the only consulting company. They're the ones we're focused on right now because they're the ones that have the spotlight on them, but there are several of them. I've got a list of like 14 on my computer right now that I'm looking into.
Yeah, I messaged you about that, or I just like posted.
Oh yeah. You did. Otaku Vinzinger did. Like a lot of people, like, yo, hey, there's more of these. I'm like, I promise you, I'll get to them. But this is a rabbit hole. Like,
yeah. I was gonna say the old one was Silver String Media. I really forgot about them, but they were the ones that existed back in the day. They're still kicking.
Let's hear what Atman got to say. Unless you got something else.
Let's start with this. This account made this tweet, how it started versus how it's going. You know, kind of clowning on me a little bit. Yeah. And I'm like, I don't recall hearing about Sweet Baby Inc. when all that Starfield discourse was going down, so I've only learned of this company's existence in the last week or so. By the way, it turns out Starfield has no connection with Sweet Baby Inc. as far as we know. My offer to Az is still open if he changes his mind and wants to talk with me, public or private. So here's what Az says. We had an opportunity to speak. I lost interest when you were talking out of both sides of your mouth. One side saying you wanted to talk and we were trying to arrange a time. The other side making more videos shitting on me for views as you were just another content engagement farmer. You showed me who you were, someone not worth the time of day. Okay. This kind of upsets me because content engagement farmer, meanwhile, yesterday you made a 13-minute video based off of 2 tweets I made. Who's farming?
This is a weird point to be making.
But I mean,
this is a really strange point because this bridge already got burned months ago.
Yeah.
This video he put on screen, this is the video he put out. We're gonna see him post DMs with him and Mauler.
I mean, yeah, it shows 5 months ago. It was in September.
He posted this video directly after talking about he wanted to get a conversation with Az. He posted this video within a day of saying like, hey, can we talk about, can we hash this out? He posted this video where he shits on Az for a segment of it. It's like, I don't know what kind of point you're trying to make.
Can we all agree that like no matter what the case, like leaking DMs is fucking scummy. Like if you're working with a person, talking with them, and they're like, yeah, go ahead and share them, that's fine. It's totally fine to share DMs if both parties are giving the approval.
Also, yeah, Mueller never said he wanted the DMs released. Heels versus Babyface, Az was saying that he should release them because he knew he would. He knew he was going to do it.
Mm-hmm. And if you read the last ones he was sending, it's very clear that he was planning on releasing them. That he was setting himself up to look like the good guy if they ever got leaked.
That would make sense. That's what I do in all my DMs.
You should always do it. Yeah, always act like you're being monitored.
But that's a really weird fucking thing to do.
Is it?
Yeah, it is weird. It's weird to go like, well, let the record show that I am the one who wanted to talk. At the end.
He literally says, "Let the record show," didn't he?
Yeah, he says that verbatim. Well,
in his private message.
Those exact words, let the record show, and then like paraphrase whatever I just said.
That's pretty funny.
Like that's what sets it up is like it seems like he was always intending to release the private messages eventually.
Yeah, if it ever came up.
What's wild is that Axeman used to be, in my opinion, and maybe he still is. I don't know. I haven't watched the dude in a long time, well before any of the Starfield drama, but he seemed like he used to be in the camp of, hey, there are some legitimate problems going around, gaming in terms of over politicization in video games, and like he was shining lights on it. So like, why did Starfield of all things make him change his opinion when like that was kind of blatant?
Also, this Starfield Hot Takes video, this isn't a unique video from him. This is just his style of content he makes. He makes these about really any big video game, I believe. Let me check his channel.
Didn't he have?
Because I'm pretty sure I've seen a dozen other videos like.
Oh yeah, he has an Elden Ring Hot Takes.
Yeah, exactly.
He just does it for whatever game.
Like I think it all changed when he got into the drama or the Elden Ring drama because like he really blew up over that. Like he was the front guy for that one reviewer who couldn't take criticism and ended up calling his mom or whatever.
He actually doesn't have those videos anymore. He hasn't been making those since the Starfield video. Weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
So sad that someone with such a chiseled jaw is so soy.
Because I could see a couple other videos like hot take video from other games. I guess he hasn't done a bunch of them, but I could see a couple other ones he's done like this.
Well, I am wondering what games like since Starfield would he have done one on?
I don't know. He did one for
Spider-Man
Hogwarts
2
Legacy as well.
What did you say, Sir Ross?
He did one for Hogwarts Legacy before that.
Yeah, it seems
Yeah,
like
he did the Elden
major
Ring one.
Western releases like Bethesda and
Oh, he did do one. It was the GTA 6. He did one GTA 6 trailer takes, I guess.
All right. I guess just whatever interests him.
Yeah.
See, IJP Mexican says Brianna Wu just paid him off. Said, I don't think so. I'm like, speaking of hot takes, here's my hot take about Brianna Wu. I like her. I fucking hate her in Gamergate. I was one of those assholes that was calling for her death. Like, never publicly. I wouldn't like shoot the bitch a message or anything like that. Just like when talking about people. When talking to people
I was one of those
Gamergate,
people who was calling for her death, but not publicly, so it's different.
Wow. Leon.
I just called my mom and I was like, you know what, Mom, Brianna's got to go, right?
Yeah, it was just one of those like you're hanging out with your buddies. And like, yeah, no, fuck this Brianna Wu bitch. She's the reason the game's going downhill. Just, what I'm saying is like you just say inflammatory, negative shit about them. I don't think I actually
really
called for her death. But the point is, I would said negative, inflammatory shit. I feel like over the last 10 years, Brianna Wu has become very reasonable and rational. I still disagree with
except for her,
opinion.
her take. She the best when she first started coming back around on the online circuit, she would talk about like, you probably know me from Gamergate when all this, and she would like have to like kind of explain like how she went through that, and then now she's like this. And she always is like, a lot of people left a lot of negative reviews, but that game was really built to be played on an iPad, and when you play on an iPad, the experience is really great. So like,
you mean
a lot of people, and I'm like, what?
You mean the game that Brianna Wood made was meant for an iPad?
Yeah, apparently. She's like, this is why I got negative reviews. It's like, no, bitch, it's because everyone hated you. Like,
yeah,
that game could have been the best game in the world, and no one would have rated it highly.
Yeah,
but. Yeah, no. Point is, that's my hot take. I like Brianna Wu. I think that, I disagree with her wildly 90% of the time, but I genuinely think that she is one of the few people that's made out of Gamergate and improved and sort of like come out the other side in a positive manner.
It's because she builds 911s. Okay. My Brianna Wu bingo card, anytime she's on a thing, Gamergate is, of course, the free space, but on it is also 911 because she will bring up her 911. When she was on a thing talking about like their progressive victory gonna go canvas and stuff, and how they were like sponsors, and she's like, if someone like some crazy person out there wants to donate at the $10,000 level, you can pick one of my 911s and I will bring it down and you can drive it. And it was like, check, bingo, baby, every time.
That would win me over. You don't have to pay me. Just give me.
Yes, Lucy. Yes.
Oh, I saw this earlier today. This guy called
just look at the throat. You can see the Adam's apple.
I don't think Brianna Wu is actually, because I've dug into this trying to find out. I feel like there's more evidence for fucking Michelle Obama being a dude than Brianna Wu. I think Brianna Wu is just unfortunate biology.
She's just handsome.
No, Brianna Wu is. Brianna Wu is a dude.
The joke though, Leon, is that Chud Logic was exposing a bunch of streamers who got paid by Brianna Wu to go on debates, which is apparently against Twitch's terms of service. You can't receive money to go on someone else's channel or something like that. So it was like this drama thing that went on. But then it like rolled into Aiden Paladin and Spoon talking about it, and then they were like, well, Brianna Wu's been on Stitch and Adam's channel a lot recently, and maybe put two things together. And then there was a bunch of Twitter drama from that because Spoon is
okay. I gotta add something to that. So at the end of Spoon and Aiden's last stream, I sent out a super chat saying, I'm actually Brianna Wu, and this money makes you my shill now. Ha ha ha. And Aiden had a serious mental breakdown on stream where she
did
just
you
started
make her cry?
Oh yes, she just like
she cries so easily.
I don't want to get into this anymore. And Spoon, I know Spoon in the background is like, yes, just keep acting like a crazy bitch. This is exactly what we need. We need more content,
He's such a weirdo.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I tried to talk with Short Fat Otaku about Aiden and Spoon, and it was the background stuff between them is hilarious.
Oh man, I can't even imagine.
No, I can't.
Anyone who goes on the internet and is like, you know what I want is a king. Wait, why? We could always depose a king.
Person in a YouTube, some stupid comment section that seemed completely unrelated. I think it was on a Steam forum. Yeah, it was on a Steam forum that recommended one of Spoon's videos, like "I'm a communist." Apparently, they're talking about Dev calling him a communist, closer to a communist.
Oh yeah, they love calling Dev a communist. Yeah.
Well, because Dev is right.
Yeah. Well, Arch and V and Sargon love calling Dev a communist. Like every time he brings up any kind of left wing idea,
he is a big
communist.
That's true. That's why.
He wants everybody to have fair, equal treatment. That's communism right there.
And no, he hasn't finished the trucker video. I think
he's never going to make a trucker video.
No, I think he might actually get arrested if he puts it out now, because we've got this law that's going to be passed real soon.
That's not how
I'm not joking. They're going to pass a law for internet hate speech. But
Dev never had any interest in making a trucker video. But that's just beside the point.
He could escape to America or Mexico. One of the two.
I mean, Dev could have just gotten out of it by not being a incident cuck, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about Actman.
All right, Actman.
Yeah, good. Yes, let's talk about Actman.
Yeah, because to everyone else's point too, I didn't really say this at all, but when I first heard about Actman, it was like his channel getting taken down, and I was like, oh, that sucks. You shouldn't do that about anybody. So when I see this Actman as drama on X, I'm like, that seems weird. I got shit to do. I'll be back. Someone will tell me about it later tonight.
Wasn't Az one of the ones? Because I remember when his channel was taken down, and wasn't Az one of the ones that signal boosted to try and get his channel back?
Yes,
he was.
I remember the quartering signal boosting it, but I thought Az
I only remember
Camelot
was the only one I remembered.
Yeah, Camelot did it as well.
Well, I mean, I only know Az did because people pointed out.
Oh, that makes sense. Hey, this guy doesn't hate you. Why you be like this?
No, I'm not going to the States, Lucy.
And I didn't use your face or name in the title or thumbnail.
I like where you are,
too. How much of a farm is it? So look, man, you got your reasons for not wanting to talk to me after all this. I understand. What I don't get is why you're continuing to fan the flames and farm me for content if that's what you're calling me out for doing.
What are you doing?
Video to Twitter, man.
I'm farming your farm of my farm, bitch.
I don't know where his point starts here, because why wouldn't he make a video on you now? It's like you don't have any kind of connection or any.
Yeah, you're not friends.
There's no intent at that point when he's making these videos for you guys to be talking to each other.
It's like you built a bridge with the nails sticking up. Fuck off.
That's not the way you do it.
I've never heard that terminology. I'm going to steal that.
And will not have any interest in talking to you. It's like
I'm stealing that right now, and no one will ever know you said it.
The problem is never somebody making videos on the other person. It's like that's just something between people. But why are you trying to act like you're this honorable soul that wants to just have a conversation? That's what's weird.
I do sort of have a unless it's genuine breaking news or whatnot, like it was some legitimate important thing. I loathe making videos about other YouTubers. I don't know, but I very rarely fucking do it, because to me it's just this weird sort of. I mean, like they say, content engagement farming. I did it before when the Eliza Blue situation was going on between Tim Pool and the quartering. I covered that because I thought that was a legitimate. Hey, this is very politically important. But it just weird little drama like this about video games is such a. I don't see any point in making content that covers.
I'm not gonna really be upset at somebody making content and making fun of somebody, but it's don't act like you're friends. Don't act like you're.
I immediately don't take them seriously when he's if someone throws Az's name in a thumbnail or in a title, or throws Actman's name in a title and thumbnail, it's oh, you're using their name to get clicks. How do I know that you're being honest and genuine about your point of view? Because I would want you to be saying this regardless of a famous name being involved.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually something Actman brings up. Az wasn't the main focus of his video because he didn't put him in the title or thumbnail. That's how that works.
He was one of the main focus, though.
He was just a 7-minute segment in a 30-minute
he had the longest segment. He was one of the most popular clips of the entire Starfield thing. More people know about fucking pronouns than they do Starfield.
Fucking boring.
Nobody talks about Starfield anymore. People still reference that because it's
more people talk about Az's rant than they do about Starfield.
Yeah, no one even brings up Az still went and played the game for 30 hours.
Well, yeah, he was like 7 or like 12 or something hours into the game before the rant. It wasn't even a matter
No,
of
the rant was like at 7 hours and 30 minutes. I was actually watching him play
the
Starfield when he went on that rant.
Was the end of the first stream then? Because I think that lines up with that.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was.
but then he kept playing it after that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because that wasn't his only stream. That was the first stream.
Yeah.
If you're in a hole, stop digging. Old Salagi proverb. I wish. Can you write that in Salagi? I want to give it a try. I want to butcher that language tonight.
When I made my Starfield video, like it was, I didn't mention Az at all, and in fact, because my Starfield video was not about Az, and I got so much fucking hate in the comments. Somehow, Az was right, and all I'm thinking is like, well, first of all, I agree with Az. In fact, this video is actually about Dan Vasc, but again, I'm not going to drop his name and be a fucking clout chasing name whore. But like, I agree, Az was right. This video was not about him. But thanks for proving you didn't watch the video, because I never once said his name or showed the footage of saying fucking pronouns, because that's not what it was even about. So people on the internet
drop those clout ads
wild.
every time.
Oh, you guys, Dan redid did a cover of the Dragon Ball opening for Friday Night Tights earlier. That was and Perry Chan did an edited a collage of all the really awesome scenes in Dragon Ball. It was great.
I might great. I don't watch FNT in a long fucking time.
Yeah, it's the opening of FNT today.
Awesome.
Cool. Next time I have a half hour, I'll give that a check.
No, it's 2 minutes.
I'm just teasing the FNT openings. Oh no, it's Yellow Flash. That's the one that's like half an hour later.
Yeah, fuck.
That one's like absurd.
Yes, it is.
You only play the same 15 clips before every fucking stream.
Yes, you do. How else are you gonna make it to 3 hours?
I gotta let people know my stance before they start.
Well, that way you can never be late. If you have like a 30-minute opening,
I would rather
never be late
for 15 minutes and have like 2 songs play than like be sitting there for half an hour. Like, okay, is he gonna start soon? Is he gonna start soon?
Yeah.
Are we there yet?
Start streaming, hit live, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes I'm like, man, should I play the intro or should I just like go live? And mine's only 30 seconds. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, mine's a minute and 10 seconds, just to give time for like chat to filter in and then like you just say hi and stuff like that. But I feel like okay, a minute and 10 seconds is perfectly fucking fine. And then from there, it's a 3-hour show or 2 hour and 59-minute show because there's a minute and 10-second intro. So like, yeah, I can't stand the live streams that have these massive intros. That's, dude, you're not an anime or you're not a 1990s TV show. We get it. We're here to watch you.
But hey, I made those openings. I'm gonna play them.
Yeah, I found all these videos. I stole them from other people, and they haven't gotten mad at me yet. So I'm gonna keep playing them.
Make all of $3 if I'm lucky. I don't have plans to make a video on Sweet Baby Inc. or you. So if that's what we're going to do, I'm at least going to share the DMs between me and the third party, which show I continuously reached out with good intentions. We could have talked on a live stream on your channel. I think a lot of people would have tuned into that. Probably would have gotten a lot of views, donations, and ad revenue, and we could have squashed the beef in front of everyone. And it's funny because something similar is happening right now with me and another creator, Tommy C. Someone who's arguably criticized me harder than anybody else.
Oh my god.
Who's
Lucy
Tommy C?
just farted and it smells like death. I gotta
He's a drama guy.
Just a sec. I'll be back.
Tommy C specifically talks about YouTuber drama and stuff like that.
Okay, also, hold on. If he's having drama with multiple YouTubers, isn't the old phrase that that means you're probably the problem? Like, if you look around and there's problems always related to you, that means you're the issue. I
mean,
are you saying that one guy in Comicsgate might have an issue? Is that what you're trying to say right now?
Are you coming out against?
Are you a racist?
That's what I was gonna say next. Why are you trying to keep a black man down?
I'm just saying, man. Sometimes, if there's always smoke, maybe the fire isn't everywhere else.
Well, in this instance, it's not smoke; it's burned fried chicken. Like,
That's racist.
Oh man. Now, if Eric July actually watches this segment, then I'll laugh.
He's never seen this.
Lucy the
If he doesn't want to know that he's a racist.
He thinks he's Hugh Hefner. Yeah, he might. He burned Mahler. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Mahler is the guy who is the go-between in the DMs because he had Actman on his show a couple of times, I think, and Az has been on there plenty of times.
I see.
Yeah.
If you remember
Also
back when
Mulder's
my channel got
based.
demonetized, he and I had some beef. It was pretty bad. So if me and Tommy can hop on a live stream and hash this shit out, then you and I could have too. Again, for more context, the Starfield hot takes video was posted on September
Oh my
3rd.
god.
Okay.
also,
so give him a date.
I'm not one to comment on how people speak on account of I've got Midwest mush mouth, but does it bother anyone else that he sounds like he's always chewing gum?
I thought he had a degenerative issue. I didn't want to make fun of him.
I know I probably shouldn't make fun of it.
You know, like Stallone, like when Sylvester Stallone was born, they had to use the spoons to pull him out, and they messed up his jaw. That's why he talks funny.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, his biography is fantastic. I
thought it was
recommend
just because he's Italian, so he sounds retarded.
No, he got fucked up when they were pulling him out of the vag. So I thought it was just one of those things where maybe like that explains the rectangle head too. Like maybe they used the spoons that are a little more squared.
He grabbed it a little harder.
Oh yeah, the
but
forceps. Yeah,
I was
that's what
gonna.
I thought it was.
I was gonna mock his gym fit here of why the chain? What is this? What is this?
I don't know where he's from. Wait, why does he look like he's on a green screen?
Because there's a green screen behind him.
No, I'm talking about his hand that isn't behind a green screen. I guess it's just.
Yeah,
his
it does
moving.
look like
It's
because
in
of the
motion.
shadowing around his
Yeah,
hair.
it's
It's
just
in
the
motion.
motion.
That's why it looks like that.
Yeah.
13th. Now,
I can't say anything about
Az
his
had
gym
posted
fit. I'm
other
wearing a
videos
fucking
about,
tank top right
Starfield.
now, so.
I'm not gonna say anything because then you'll make fun of me. I already made fun of you. I'll do it again. I expect you to make fun of me right back. Says I'm not done building the gym yet, but I did get the AC hooked up, so the AC is all hooked up. All the solar panels are clipped in, so we're chugging away. Look forward to some how to assemble your solar system shorts coming up. You think Ackman is in Seattle? What? I'm gonna make contact with this guy.
I
should reach out.
I think he's in. No, I think he's in. I think he's in L.A.
Oh, that would make more sense.
I'd like to see him as a Huracan that I could.
Send
I
Michael
think
on,
he's in
on
Palestine.
report there. Send Michael to report him.
Palestine. Not as good as your last Palestine joke, but keep it up, Bunger.
I don't even remember the last one.
The last one was the Israelis sent a rocket to the moon, and you said, "When is it going to hit Palestine?" that was gold, man.
That was
just,
peak, yeah.
Just keep shotgunning. You'll get another one. I believe in you.
Shotgunning.
His mother was Italian. I thought they just popped out like a cork. No.
No, you see, you're supposed to cover us in olive oil first, then we pop out it easily.
Oh, that's the problem. They tried to use Western lube instead of olive oil.
Mhm.
It's yeah, it's such a it's crazy. Even getting the camera that close, it's so hard to explain that those negative little signs, they're 4 millimeters long. I'm like, what the is this the plus or the minus? So I literally had to look at each one and actually write plus or minus in paint pen on the side. Luckily, the panels only plug in one direction. The negative always has the same type of plug, so once you've got it labeled, it's easy. You're not gonna mess it up, but just putting them in place, it was easier to have big white minus and plus on the side of them.
Discourse. We were both at the center of that. So yeah, of course, we're gonna make content. We're YouTubers. That's what we do. I have no issues with him criticizing me in this video. I might disagree with the things that he said, but the fact that he made this video at all, I have no problems with. So this video was posted September 4th. This one's September 8th. So all the DMs I'm going to show you are between me and Mahler. I don't want nobody giving Mahler shit for this. He did his best to try and mediate a conversation. He was in an awkward position.
Yeah,
nobody
he didn't
give
need
Mahler
to
shit,
show that
okay?
as
So
Mahler.
here are the DMs.
Okay, pause real quick. He's talking about the timeline and shit. His video is from the 13th. that's when they're in talks to like have a conversation.
The day
As his
after.
first video on the 4th does talk about the tweets Axeman made fun of him in, right? Obviously. But the second video doesn't talk about him at all. Like, not once. So I don't know why he's bringing it up as like a timeline issue. He's not talking about Axeman in that video.
Gotcha.
So there's like this whole 10 days of him not talking about Axeman. But
10
whatever.
Tendies.
Yeah, 10 days.
Well, I'm pretty sure Az was sick during that time too.
That could be it.
I think he's on the spectrum. He doesn't understand other people.
There's only 2 videos at that time.
The more people I meet, the less I think that not understanding what someone else is saying is an autistic thing. I think people just suck at that. I think that's just like the hardest thing on the planet to understand is how other people hear you or what other people think and feel. And I would bet that there are more autistic people that can figure that out because they've had to like force themselves to like identify cues and tells to like know what's going on percentage-wise than regular people who can understand other humans.
You think an autistic person would be good at mahjong, like figuring out their opponent's hands?
Yes. Have you looked up any of these mahjong what do they call them? Efficiency trainers?
No, but I've been doing one of those on Twitter where they're posting a hand a day and asking what you would discard.
Yeah, so you can get on itch.io, there's these trainers where you can they pull it up and you can, like, oh, what are you going to discard? Let's see, if I had this and this was my draw, I would drop the 9. You should discard the 9 circles, which results in 21 tiles that can improve the hand. That was the best choice. You do the 7 of bamboo. See, and so you can sort of ID what you're actually going to get, and they tell you why. That's the best thing, I think, personally. But yeah, these efficiency trainers have been golden.
I forgot, is 159 a combo?
159? I don't think so, but I think if you do like 191919, like all terminals, that's a thing.
Yeah, but that's all terminals. That's a little different.
I don't know if 159 is. That doesn't sound familiar.
With Mahler, I say some people in my Twitch chat were telling me I should ask you to set up a discussion with Az and have you be a moderator. What do you think about that? September 6th. Just pay attention to the dates and times. Mahler says I'm super unfamiliar with the game. I don't think Az is going to be interested. He's just carrying on doing his thing. Not much of a fan of any of the viral posts about him, being that there's so much missing context about his views on the whole thing. Great. Let's talk, and you can provide that context to me directly. Was there something specific you wanted to talk to him about? Well, I think it'd be good.
You hate the way he's doing
he's seen the clips of Az at this point, and Mueller just told him he doesn't like how he's being taken out of context. Well, you can just tell me how he's been taken out of context. We can have a discussion there. Whenever I've ever seen people say it like this, like they're not having a conversation actively. It's not like they ended up on stream together. No, he's asking for a conversation. You have time. You can look this up. You can look up what the context is. You can look up the context. You don't need to ask this person to present it to you live on air what the context is. You can find it. His streams are public.
The same shit just happened with Hassan and Willie Mack. They ended up on debate stream, and Willie Mack's like, "Okay, so what part of the video did you not like?" And he's like, "Oh, I just didn't watch it." Then why are you complaining about it? Why are you assuming it's all lies if you didn't watch it? It's just like weird shit.
You make YouTube videos. You can look stuff up. You can look up the source material for what you want to talk about. It's not hard.
And is
like, if you want,
did I miss something? Why is he and Az not talking in DMs?
Because Az doesn't want to talk to him.
I think Az
Axeman wants to set up a debate, but Az doesn't want to talk to him, so he blocked him. Because he was clowning on him on Twitter and stuff.
That happened literally before he even reached out.
Axeman was part of the people that were hating on Az for his take because he didn't care about looking for the context of it at all.
To be fair, that is a very out of context clip.
Yeah, it is pretty out of context because you don't really see it. You don't know what led up to that. And it doesn't actually include what he was reacting about either. It doesn't include the quest he was talking about that he didn't like, what triggered him. So I think Axeman's really disingenuous with how he's presenting this. It's like, well, you could just hash out. You could just tell me on stream. It's like he doesn't have interest in putting forward anything himself. He just wants to or what comes off to me is like he just wants to be using it for content.
Well, if you guys have seen Az's video where he actually breaks down everything that Ackman is saying right now, he says that exactly. He's like, I don't want to talk to you. Why would I bother? Like, this is so stupid. All you have to do is just watch my video.
He probably said that.
I easily came to the exact same conclusion without being as myself too, because that's how it comes off to me. Is like, it feels weird. It doesn't feel right the way he's trying to approach this.
Good for us to talk about it. Could do well for our channels and bridge a gap, so to speak. You make your videos, I make my video. Then we can come together, talk about it on your channel, my channel, and have an interesting conversation. We make content. Hopefully squash the beef, shake hands, move on, everyone's happy. You could pose the idea to him and see what he says. You know me decently well. I'm not the type of person to hold grudges or hate someone just because I disagree with them. I'm sure we wouldn't just talk about the game, but the concepts of woke culture and media too. I wouldn't necessarily want to treat it as a debate. So at this point in time, I don't want the conversation between me and Az to be treated as like, okay, I'm right, you're wrong, let's fucking go.
Oh, dude, I had, speaking of woke culture, video games and like media, I had this idea last night while I was listening to the theme song, and I'm like, I'm in Seattle with all these, like, all the people that go to SakuraCon are at this concert, but they're all dressed nicely, and so it's really funny to see. And I'm like, these are all of the world's weirdest, the wackiest, the funkiest, every pronoun represented you've ever heard of. And I'm listening to the music, and I'm like, you know what? Woke media writers, modern movie writers, or storytellers, showrunners, whatever position's in control, has to go back and watch Princess Mononoke, write an essay on every character, and then they're allowed to make whatever they want to make. Because when you can take humans versus nature, make both sides sympathetic, still have a true evil and a true good, and like layers to this shit, then you're allowed to make your hippie dumb shit, and you can actually make it better. But like, until you've done that, you aren't allowed to make something.
That's a huge problem with modern writing, is these people don't actually have any skill writing. They don't have abilities to write characters with any depth. They don't have abilities to make conflicts reasonable. They don't have anything that could be an actual conflict. They don't know what conflict is.
Evil cannot create. It can only pervert what has already been created.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they could, plenty of it could just be incompetence. Like, you can call some people evil for their actions, sure, but lots of people are just truly incompetent.
Do they have to pervert?
They have no idea what they're doing.
Can they not just make it less good?
And these people are given positions merely because of their nepotistic connections to either their, inherent qualities like being black, being trans, their gender.
It's literally about the disabled finding work. You know, like, how much more like altruistic of like a motive could you give the bad person in that movie? And yet you're not sitting there going, oh, of course it's about the disabled and the widows. Like, you're not like upset at that. You're like, wow, that actually makes a lot of sense. This is really nice. Now I'm conflicted a little bit.
Yes.
Make both thighs.
Yes.
You did miss here, but let's keep that as the quote that gets spread around tits. I'd rather
I like that better as well.
Make both thighs sympathetic. I mean, that's a great quote for anime.
That could be the title of the next anime.
Did you guys hear about the Dragon's Dogma?
Hey, Fondue.
Oh yeah, the Dragon's Dogma character creator is out early. You can create your characters for Dragon's Dogma 2 right now.
I already told X-Ray Girl I'd slide the sliders till the sliders don't slide no more.
That's how you end up with abominations.
You know what? I play with Yabo monsters.
No.
Well, Marco Cyborg gifted me Saints Row, and I've never played it before.
Is it the new one?
No. Well, I don't know. Let me just. I think it's the really old one.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, gotcha.
It might be a little clunky, but it's not the new one. The new one's just horrible in almost all aspects.
The very first Saints Row.
Speaking of disgusting, clunky games, Far Cry 3 is shit.
No, I don't care about that. We can talk about it later, Mike.
It's a trash game.
I think there's too much bad blood at this point. He doesn't believe you made those tweets in the interest of understanding the situation, but rather for engagement. He's not interested, and I don't think he will be convinced otherwise. He felt very supportive of you and a lot of what you had to go through, like the demonetization. So obviously this has created a very sour impression. Understandable. Then let's talk in private, just the three of us. Private conversation, not about content. Let's just try to understand each other. I made those tweets because I didn't understand what he was saying. And because it's the internet. You know, we're public figures. You goof and gaff on me, I do the same. He doesn't strike me as a shy man. What could be the...
Pro tip! Don't ever call yourself a public figure. You are not a public figure.
Yes. I was gonna say something. I'm like, maybe I'm the asshole here because that rubbed me the wrong fucking way.
Listen,
and he's putting himself on a pedestal above other people because he has an audience. It's like
being a public figure means everyone you talk to on the street knows who you are. Everyone, okay? Mm-hmm. Marilyn Monroe, public figure. The president of the United States, usually they're public figures. Like, they are public figures. You,
Marilyn Manson, public figure. Sorry, go on.
Charles Manson, also public figure.
Yeah.
But there are cases of unwilling public figures, like in cases of serial killers who get their photos taken, you know.
You are not a public figure, if you have a 100 million subscriber YouTube channel, okay? You may be a limited public figure for legal purposes for a small group of people that may all know who you are, but like you do not want to be a public figure because when you are a public figure, people can make fun of you and ruin your life, and you have almost no repercussions against them. You cannot sue for anything involving
slander
what's it called?
Or libel.
Yeah, all of the has a name.
Basically, your reputation. You cannot control your reputation at all.
What is that called though? What is that lawsuit?
Slander? Or oh, you mean who? I don't know the name of the law.
Written or published. Defamation. Yeah, you cannot be defamed easily as a public figure. And you want to retain as many rights as you can as a human being. So don't give up that, because here's what'll happen. You'll sue someone for defamation, and then they'll be like, hey, look, this guy said he's a public figure. Guess what? He doesn't meet the standard. Thank you, everyone, for knowing the word that I forgot. So, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Also, you're just not. You're just not a public figure. Like, until my grandma knows who you are, then you're not a public figure.
You know what? That's always my go-to when talking about like the because you say your grandma when talking about like the Star Wars and Disney debacle in terms of like this sort of woke DEI agenda-driven stuff in media. When my father, the absolute normie, goes to church on Sunday, white picket fence, has a house in the suburbs. When my dad texts me after getting out of the theater seeing Indiana Jones 5 and says, "Whose dick did Kathleen Kennedy suck to get this made?" I'm like, Oh, my father, who doesn't swear and doesn't know shit about nerd culture because he watches like fucking football on Sundays, just talked to me about Kathleen Kennedy. That at that point, you've got the notoriety that, hey, this is a well-known issue that actually has normies attached to it.
The fact that he could put a name to it.
People know Kathleen. There are more people that know Kathleen Kennedy than people that know 3 governors.
Yes. You're totally right, Serranos. Completely correct. Do you know what? I got to tell you something.
That's most people. I'm going to be honest. That's most people.
My 80-year-old dad asked me about Gamergate.
Wait, what? Really?
My 80-year-old dad asked me about Gamergate, and I had to tell him about Zoe Quinn. And it was like, oh my God.
Is it worse that I know 3 governors, but I don't know the one from my state?
No, he doesn't know. He doesn't watch South Park.
I don't think my grandparents know who the governor. Never mind, not my grandparents. They do. I'd say most grandparents don't know who their own governor is. Yeah.
Oh, it's still Jay Inslee. Okay, I would have gotten it right just by guessing the guy that's been governor my entire freaking forever.
Half the people voted for him. Half the people don't even know who they are.
Jim and I says Leon's dad gives nerds sorely 6 days a week and lets them rest on the 7th.
Oh, hey Tim.
Hey, it's Tim.
Oh, dude, speaking of, I woke up to the best text from my father today. So I made my Sweet Baby Inc. video last night. I always make my videos a day in advance, set it to auto post at 11 a.m. I'm asleep when my videos drop because I work nights and whatnot. So I'm getting up. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah,
And I see a text from my dad that goes, "Hey, really liked your most recent video. You look like a cross between Tim Pool and Axl Rose."
Nice.
I don't know how I would take that.
I thought it was funny as shit. I was like, "Oh, thanks, Dad. That means a lot."
Like, yes.
Harm in a private conversation. I very much appreciate that he was supportive of my situation back then. I will always have a certain level of respect for people that did. Tell him that's why I'm reaching out. This is still true. This is still true. I still have a certain amount of respect for Az for having my back in my darkest time. It might create more drama to tag Az in a public tweet, and I have no other way to contact him, so I'd like to settle this bad blood if possible. I understand if it puts you in an awkward middleman situation. I've spoken with Az, and he said he is happy to have a private chat with us. The idea of no audience and just us to figure out the miscommunications, differences in a call will hopefully have some good outcomes. Only he's gotten a fever, and I think has the flu right now, so might need like a week before setting this up. Do you want to let me know what kind of availability you have? Sounds good. Let him know that I do have a video about Starfield hot takes going up. It's a bit late for me to unpull the trigger, and it is mostly for content purposes. As he made a couple videos on this subject, I hope he understands. There are more important things than our squabble disagreement on this subject. He stuck up for me in my darkest hour, so I want to make sure he knows he has an ally should his channel ever face any unfair demonetization of videos or God forbid his channel gets terminated. That's what I was going to say. So at this point you might be asking the question, well, if you were trying to mend the bridge, why did you post the video? There's a few reasons. Number one, this Twitter exchange took place over a week, and I had no indication until I finished the video that Az was down to talk to me. This is pretty bad timing. I just spent 30, 35, 40 hours on a video. What am I going to do? Just scrap it? Reason I posted it, I didn't think it would hurt his feelings, honestly. In fact, I made a concentrated effort to make the video not just about him. I included a bunch of different Starfield hot takes. He seemed like the type of guy who could take criticism and roll with the punches.
If you have to say I was trying to make it not just about him, that means he's the main focus. He's the reason the video exists.
He was also saying, he's like, I mean, it's not like it was just about him. It's like this is exactly what he means when he's saying talking out both sides of your mouth. He wants to have it both ways. Man, what am I supposed to do? Not post the video? But it wasn't really about him. I mean, why is he so offended?
I mean, you could literally just edit him out.
It annoys me the way he talks about this. It's not he can't just say, it's like, I'm sorry that I offended him with the video. It's like, how would you say you're sorry? Right.
Well, also, this whole thing is taking away from the legitimate discourse that is what's happening in gaming, what's going on with the Sweet Baby Inc. and these other agenda-driven companies. And like, hey, I understand that there's a big problem that a lot of consumers are facing right now the world over. But let's talk about these two YouTubers, me and this other guy, that at the end of the day don't add much to the public zeitgeist in the grand scheme of what's going on in gaming.
Yes, thank you, Leon.
Yeah, basically he decided to reignite the drama here instead of talking about Sweet Baby Inc. Curious.
I have no plans to talk
also,
about Sweet Baby Inc.
Actman has no interest in talking about Sweet Baby Inc. He said he's not going to make a video about it. Curious.
See, and he's not going to make a fucking video about it, which is what reignited this drama when he's all like, hey, I didn't know anything about the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff when Az made that rant. I was like, great, this is a teachable moment. Now, what I would respect you for doing, you don't have to mention Az at all. You don't have to squash the beef. I don't give a shit. That's between two supposedly grown adult men. You need to make a video saying, hey, here's what's going on with this Sweet Baby Inc. situation. I was, misinformed. While it seems like Sweet Baby Inc. had nothing to do with Starfield, it does look like there is a concerted effort to force agenda and DEI and politics into gaming, and this is a problem. So regardless of what I said about Sweet Baby Inc. in the past, I'm acknowledging this and addressing it now. Better late than never. I'm here to be on the team, baby.
I also think specifically the way he put it in his video said, Starfield, which had nothing to do with Sweet Baby Inc., by the way, is true.
Yeah, it was so dismissive.
Yeah, his presentation over here is wrong because it doesn't mean Sweet Baby Inc. It's not about them. It's about the consultation and their effect and everybody else's effect inside of gaming. So it's like the way he puts it is like, no, of course it didn't have anything to do with this. Come on, stupid. It's like, yeah, it seems more just disingenuous behavior from him that makes me not trust him.
Amen.
But himself a bit. I respected that. I'll be available until the 16th. I'll be leaving to go visit someone. As he made a couple videos on the subject, I hope he understands. We're content creators. We make videos. We're both involved in this. I don't have any problems with him making videos about it, so I expect the same courtesy.
He's not making videos about you. That we can... He didn't make... Okay, so he talked about Actman shitting on him, but he didn't make a video about Actman like within weeks or like a couple weeks of that. Right? It's weird. It's weird to be like, no, I assumed he would be fine with it. He'd be fine with me shitting on him again recently while trying to mend the bridge with him. There's nothing wrong with that.
Can critique each other on videos and come together and actually talk to each other like real people. It's very important he understands that whatever our disagreements on this subject, I am 100% willing to help him should his channel ever be in jeopardy. That being said, I put many hours into this latest video and I can't just pull it. He seems strong-willed though, so hopefully it doesn't bother him much. Big fucking miscalculation on my part, cause it did. I'd be down for a private chat. Come back for my trip. Yo, any updates? I think after the new video, he's absolutely not interested, and that's putting it nicely. Sorry, dude. I think you were both stand-up guys, but some things.
I really have to say is like, how did he not? How did he not think? I can understand people.
No, he knew. He knew exactly what was going to happen. Mm-hmm. This is such bullshit. If he thought there was fuck.
Like he tore into Az pretty hard in his segment.
Yes, yes, he did.
Does he really think like the fact that the way he talks about it here is like I just put him in a video I was talking about because we're both involved in a situation. Like the way he went after him is he's not like he's talking about it being a thing. He's making fun of him for like a whole huge segment of his video. I don't think it's weird for people to take that poorly. If people want to talk to each other after that, it's like, yeah, I could see that, but I wouldn't ever expect for somebody to want to talk to me after I make fun of them like that, the way Axeman did. And just the way he presents it in his tweet video here is so disingenuous.
That's what I don't get, is why would you push that? Or why would you want, like, why is it like, oh, hey, I made fun of you and you didn't like it. You want to talk about it? You're like, no. Why would I? You made fun of me. I don't care.
Yeah, it's like he's not apologizing for any of this. Like, continually, this is what annoys me the most. He's not apologized over any of this. He's not said like, "Sorry, I went pretty harsh on you on my video. I would like to come around. I'd like to talk about this."
But we could squash the beef. We could squash the beef.
It's so amazing how often a fucking apology would mend the situation. You guys remember when Chris Rock got fucking slapped by Will Smith and Will Smith said everything but I'm sorry? You guys remember when Bud Light decided to hire some fucking tranny to sell beer to minors and didn't give a fucking apology and said, hey, we're going to team up with the UFC instead? Like, yeah, it just simple acknowledgement of I fucked up. I'm sorry, would go a long goddamn way. I think I've never been in a position where I've had any sort of beef with any other YouTubers, but I would hope there wouldn't be a point where it's like a situation where it wouldn't be difficult to say, dude, I fucked up. I'm sorry. Like, it's not hard to apologize when you were in the wrong.
Yeah, like if you think you did something wrong, you should apologize, but he doesn't think he did anything wrong. He thinks it's just normal for people to make videos shitting on other people because that's how YouTubeified his brain is, how content brained he is.
Mm-hmm. Like, he even started this off saying, oh, it's going to be good for both of us if we have this argument. It's going to be great. It's going to be content.
Yeah.
We'll get donations.
That's why Tommy C is plenty happy to do this, because this is literally what he does. His entire job is like just doing, talking to other people for content, making drama.
Beefing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I usually Tommy C, because he's a drama tuber, usually they're not the ones stirring up the drama, but they will foment it once it exists. Usually they don't try to start drama. It's hard. They're plenty happy to get into it because obviously that's their job. That's what they talk about all the time.
Yes, IJP, what's it called? Dylan Mulvaney's TikTok is like 85% of the people that are subscribed to Dylan Mulvaney's TikTok are under the age of 21.
Under the age of 18. You were correct the first time.
Yeah.
Under the age of 18.
So if he's advertising for Bud Light and on his TikTok, over 85% of the people watching him are going to be minors who can't really buy beer. So you are advertising to minors.
Yeah, that is just the demographics of TikTok. I wouldn't like sponsor anyone on TikTok as a beer person. You know, like that just seems weird. That site's clearly for little kids.
Yes.
That's because there's more behind it than just...
I start to get the impression that Az just wanted a one-sided shit-slinging contest. He wanted to be the one to be able to make videos, and as I've been showing you, he's ducking every opportunity to actually confront and talk to me directly. All of these DMs had to be done through a third party because he wouldn't reach out to me. Why though?
Why? Does Az have to reach out to you after you once again have not even acknowledged that you were fucking incorrect? It's what if you would came out and said, you know what, I made a mistake. I was incorrect about this, forget the apology. If you just said I was incorrect, I made a mistake, that would at least show some sort of good faith that might be having Az or whatever other party interested in having a dialogue. But you can't even do that.
Yeah.
Well,
So
you know,
where's
it's
the
weird.
incentive?
It's like initially, while he's contacting what's his face, Mahler, it's like they called a ceasefire, right? Essentially, and they're trying to sign a treaty. They're trying to get that done, and then he just goes and makes a video on him, shitting on him again. It's like, okay, so I guess that doesn't matter. Like he literally started all of this initially. He started all of this. He reignited it again, and now it comes back being thrown in his face because I guess Az didn't care that he is still at war with him.
Deal. Again, I don't want to press and make either of you uncomfortable or anything, but I'm genuinely confused. I'm fine with his videos about me being up. I didn't think he was the type of guy to let stuff like that bother him too much. Miscalculation on my part. Rules for thee, but not for me. I get to talk shit. You can't make content about this, act, man. No.
I mean, this is so wrong the way he talks about it. It's like, yeah, he's like, it is because now you say you want to come out and talk. They hadn't talked when Az made his videos.
It was still only the first video. The second video was just about Starfield.
I was gonna say, yeah, no, they hadn't. When Az had made the video, they hadn't talked about anything. They had not talked to each other like in private at all. So I don't know why he's complaining about this video that happened before. When you're coming forward after the fact, saying like, I wanna build a bridge together. It's like, and then you say like, nah, screw you, fuck you. It's like, what? Where are you actually going? What are you actually trying to say? And this is where Az gets the whole idea is that this guy is talking out of both sides of his mouth.
The issue is Az was talking strictly about Starfield, and Axeman was talking about people talking about Starfield. So he was always going to shit on Az because he's the big topic around Starfield. Like that's what was going to happen if he ever made a video on Starfield.
Well, let's be real. It's not just that Az is the big topic around Starfield. Az is unfortunately a very like personification of a stereotype. He is a fat, angry, single, white gamer. So let's be real. If anyone, it does not matter what good points Az makes, because I think Az does, make some very good points when it comes to certain things. Just because of who he is and what he looks like, he immediately is going to be looked at like, oh, that's the entire demographic that's bringing up these points. Yeah, they're fucking irrelevant. Like, as opposed to you got somebody like Ackman, who, if you ran into him on the streets, you would not know that he is a gamer. He looks like he fucking would probably be like a gym rat or something, and is probably, like raped a couple girls after a few beers at a college party. You're not going to.
I believe that.
You're going to take that more seriously when talking about whatever he's talking about.
Yeah, no, people that think like that are just small-minded. Like, whenever censorship discourse comes up around Fire Emblem, it always comes down to one side takes the stance of, oh, they just want to fuck children. They just want to fuck children because, like, a single thing will be censored that's like, oh, you're not able to marry this child or whatever. And so they'll take the stance of, you only want to, like, have a correctly translated game because you want to fuck children. It's weird that these people will focus on one. So many of those
comments in my Tifa video. I understand completely what you mean. Like,
exactly, they'll focus on one single thing and nothing else when there's tons of nuance. It's okay. Az had a really, really bad rant. Okay, it looks bad. It doesn't look good. The clip that was going around. Like, I think we can all admit that. But then you get to the like actual root of the issue, and it's like, oh yeah, I mean, he's probably correct that this is fucking weird.
Doesn't believe it's about understanding the situation, so he's not interested. I've asked him a decent bit in a lot of ways, just not meant to be. What does he think my intentions are? If it's a private call, I'm not going to record it to put him on blast or anything. That would be super scummy and make me look like a dick. What's the harm?
Wait a minute. Wait. And you're leaking DMs right now. You son. Oh my fuck.
Yeah, it would make you look really bad.
Oh my fuck.
just like leaking DMs that Mueller didn't want you to leak. Yeah. Curious that, isn't it?
Right after, oh god, what a scummy piece of shit. God, it's so annoying, and he doesn't like. He's not even like he's saying it like so matter of factly while he's doing it. Like it's so fucking people.
Let it out.
I'd prefer to stop ferrying messages. It's just not meant to be. This is where I left it off. Well, I guess the record will show who was willing to talk and who wasn't, who was willing to discuss things like men and who cowered away like a pussy. I appreciate the effort. Apologies again for putting you in this awkward position. So I'm kind of upset at this point. It's like,
Yeah,
I'm trying
What
my
a
best.
fucking bitch move, dude. Like, that's such a bitch.
That's clearly like setting up for a leak. You can't tell me otherwise. You can't convince me otherwise.
Yeah, it's like, I was pretty mad. That's like a terrible comment. Why are you like talking about this still? It's like,
yeah, it's there. I think there's a difference. Like Lucifer is saying at the beginning, like always write like someone's listening because someone's listening. That's different than the obvious. I want to.
The record will show.
I'm going to
pussy,
tell this to the
and who was a
audience that I'm going to
man.
show this to. Yeah.
So yeah, Mueller put his post out about this too after this.
Okay, we got one more minute on this
guy.
one.
And I'm not saying Az didn't have valid reasons and feelings for why he didn't want to talk. It's a little frustrating, but it is what it is. We both move on. We don't have to talk. The problem I have now is that you are using me to farm content and engagement. You are stoking the flames while at the same time avoiding any direct conversation with me. If you're so confident that I'm a disingenuous asshole grifter who only says whatever the most socially acceptable thing is, then expose me for that. Expose me for that on a live stream in front of everybody where I can't hide behind the magic of editing. Why not? Well, it's safe to say that's probably never going to happen. So what does the future hold? Well, I have been talking with Jeremy from the Quartering, and we were planning on doing a live stream together, talking about this sort of thing, like the Sweet Baby Ink stuff, and maybe the Starfield pronouns and woke stuff in video games, all that jazz, and like have an actual conversation about it. So if everything with the Quartering doesn't work out tomorrow, then I'm going to be talking with Tommy C on his channel at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, I'm done with this.
Didn't you start this thing by saying you were beefing with Tommy C? I thought that was was that not the beginning of this?
Okay, when he says beefing, that's like very performative, as shown through these DMs being leaked. He doesn't actually consider it beef. He considers it content. He doesn't hate these people.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It's like, we need to talk with each other because like that'll be good for both of us. We'll make a ton of money off this. Come on, dude. That's the whole mindset he's going into this with. He doesn't beef with people because he like has a disagreement. He beefs with them because he needs money. Is what it seems like.
All right. And Mahler says, I don't tolerate leaked DMs. Just something I consider a breach of trust with those I enjoy working with and those I don't. Can be workable if it's mutually understood and agreed upon, or in very specific circumstances, etc. But I wasn't asked permission on this one. Oh no! And Mahler, pay for the Twitter so you can put it in one. Why do I have to go to the next one? I like trying to make connections and build stuff with folks. Always like making friends. Love it when enemies become friends. Love it when friends of mine become friends with each other. I hate interpersonal dramas. Not looking to stoke flames. Hope you're all doing good.
Of course, Lofty has to be the first one up.
Yeah, well, it's because I'm connected to Lofty the most. I always get Lofty than Nina.
I know.
That's like, if one of these two have posted on a comment or commented on a post, like they're always the top for me. Shocking aspirations first. That's not cool. I got a lot of love and respect for Mahler. It sucks if friends fight.
Yeah, he didn't want Axeman to put that. I think he talked about it as like, you could expose me for being a disingenuous hack on live stream. I mean, he just did it.
You just did it yourself.
Axeman just did it of his own accord, so he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to do anything.
I'm wondering if there are any people actually supporting him under that tweet. Could you link it in the in Discord or something?
In the Mahler one or the Ackman
No, not
one?
Mahler, the Ackman one. In Discord.
The Ackman one. I just want to give Mahler some love because it's always shitty to be stuck in the middle between people like you who are fighting. Respect to Mahler. Diecast Ironcaster says he's not going to date you.
Click on. I don't know if you've ever streamed with Ironcaster before. Bring him on. He is awesome.
I was gonna say, click on Jeremy's tweet, DJ Cobra.
Ironcaster is the great. Also, Packer Girl has some good responses. She writes some weird articles sometimes where I'm like, you're just looking for a headline. But on Twitter, hilarious.
I've reached out to her and I didn't get a response because I fucking love her on Twitter.
Mm-hmm. Her YouTube stuff's a little less exciting, but
yeah, go down.
I haven't watched her on YouTube. I've just read her articles for Bounding and
click on his. Click on.
Oops.
No, click on his tweet. The tweet there, yeah. Because he has some people who are like, literally makes your guy look like a crybaby and thought this.
I follow Geeks and Gamers and other channels who are affiliated with you guys. As definitely being thin-skinned here and makes him look like he's grifting on this rather than making proper convo. I'd expect you to be mature on this, Jeremy. Arrow.
Oh my god.
Literally makes your guy look like a crybaby and you thought this? What do you mean your guy? Does he say my guy? Wait, why do people do this?
Well, they do a lot of streaming together.
Hey, Lucy, you're following the JBamFM guy.
Oh no, he's being followed.
Yeah.
Oh, I follow JBamFam.
Yeah.
At some point, y'all are gonna have to see Az for the damage he does. Jeremy, you can publicly deny it, but semicolon S?
It's semicolon.
It's gonna happen. I've seen some typos, but not that one. The YouTubing fraternity are so reliant on their shared audiences getting along. They will literally say anything to keep the cash and clicks flowing. It's so cringe.
See, I gotta call bogus on that because it would actually probably be more financially viable for them to not get along because people fucking love drama and they will click on drama videos like this. So that's just flat out incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at it. A lot of people are shitting on him, even on the main tweet. So yeah,
everybody's shitting on him from the like top level tweets, but the people in the comments of those tweets are
Dan Vask, yeah. Go Dan.
Huge amount of bullshit from Dan. Leaking DMs is one of the most dishonorable acts out there. Act Bam still whining. Just take the L.
Act Mam's the good one. Act Mam's good.
Another one. Yeah, Act Mam is probably the best meme we've gotten out of this. This person says, come on, Az, just have the conversation, be mature. I mean, why? Like,
I don't really see anything Az gets from this.
Right,
yeah.
There's literally no, again, it's back to incentive. If you are going to be in any sort of, not even if you're in any sort of content creation, just any sort of altercation or having, disagreements with somebody, there needs to be incentive for the conversation to be had. And if the other party is blatantly not going to be in good faith, as I think we could see by this video, because if this video was made in good faith, I feel like the average individual can pick up on whether something is in good faith or not, because the tone, the phrasing, the words, not leaking DMs, things like that. You'd be like, okay, if Az still didn't want to have the conversation after this was very much in good faith, that'd be one thing. But you can tell this is content drama farming. So like, where is the dub? Where is the incentive besides, oh, this can make us some money?
Where is the charity? Like, the one thing I said in Discord is, where's the charity from Actman? Where's the charity from him to actually go out of his comfort zone to do something that makes him look poor? That would be better. That'd be a nice gesture towards Az. There isn't anything at all.
Why would he want to do that?
He hasn't done anything to show that he'd be to be a nice person to him.
I just don't understand this like.
Carrie Smith.
Hold on. I might figure this out.
And like, if I'm Actman and I genuinely want to have a conversation with Az, there's so many different ways. Like Az pointed out in his video, there's so many different ways he could have gone about showing that. There's so many different things he could have said.
Look, sometimes we all agree with Vito, but Vito is in the comments posting react images of Az crying.
I don't know that I've ever agreed with Vito. I'm gonna be real.
Sometimes Vito agrees with
it. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I was gonna say
exactly. Sometimes he agrees with you.
Yeah, there you go.
He just holds a position that he thinks is going to be more contrarian.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Yeah, the last tweet I posted was from this guy called Thickest Yosh, senior narrative designer at Bungie.
I'll grab that here in just 1 second.
Yeah, we can talk about that after, because it's another Sweet Baby Inc. related drama, or just like memeing on a random guy for being stupid.
Okay, actually, I take it back. This makes even less sense. Like, Actman...
No, Actman has a bigger channel.
He is...
Oh, I assume.
What
are the video views at, though? Because I know
subscribers are going... The video views are well higher, with fewer uploads, too, right?
Yeah.
Well, and that's because of Actman's style of content. It's more evergreen as opposed to the sort of stuff that like what I do, for example.
Right. So it's like for a second I thought it might be a a clout chase, but now it doesn't. Now it feels like the guy actually had his like feelings hurt, and now he's like, he won't talk to me, and I'm gonna tell everyone that he won't talk to me because I'm a little baby man and it's like adults can walk. Like, how many people do I encounter every day that I just like never talk to again, right? Like I don't understand why this is like a crazy idea. Why is this person's name Thickest Yoshi?
It's supposed to be like Josh. I assume his first name is Josh.
Thickest Yosh. All right. If you're mad about DEI ruining games, you need to grow up. You need to stop wasting so much time on grifters who are only there to manipulate you and milk your anger for engagement. You need to talk to people who aren't like you a bit more. You need to stop falling for this.
Also, you got to use a different voice. If you're mad about DEI ruining games, you need to grow up. You need to stop wasting so much time on grifters that are only there to manipulate you and milk your anger for entertainment.
I couldn't tell if you were doing.
You need to talk to people who aren't like you a little bit more. You need to stop falling for this.
What? What?
Look, he's okay. Tweets
this guy needs to watch Mononoke and write me an essay on it.
Okay, so yeah, this guy
at the end of the day, he's disagreeing. He just doesn't like grifters.
This
and like
guy,
people that upload daily and don't actually
this
care.
Guy
about
was in charge of one of the worst updates in Bungie history that has completely tanked sales of Destiny 2. The Destiny 2 sales dropped 40% from the previous expansion. And the number one side reason, the story was horrible.
Never mind, I take it all back.
This guy is directly responsible for one of the biggest disasters in Bungie's history. I guess he's a Yoshi enthusiast, so that's why he's Yosh. Maybe it's not.
Yoshi.
Yeah, he's just actually a furry. My bad.
Yeah.
Someone's blaming the consumer. Let me check their bio.
I was who? Oh my goodness, who was I having the interaction with? Give me one moment to look through my
These are the people that Axeman wants making more video games because he's actually hired by Bungie instead of being a consulting firm. This guy's doing it right. This is the good, true person you should be holding up as a honorable video game maker.
So Axeman reposted this or something? Like
no. This is just a guy that posted this thing and then he got clowned on it.
Oh, I see.
He got completely ratioed.
Just clowning on it.
Oh, okay, here it is. So, do any of you guys follow Lady of the Nerds on? No,
I'm sexist.
On X.
No.
All right, so hold on. I'm gonna.
Nobody would have guessed you were sexist, Theranos.
Wait, is it the black lady?
Nobody has to guess.
Is it this one?
Yeah, her exactly.
Nope.
So I just showed it off because it was in my opinion, it was a very funny little interaction. So, Vex, who I adore, posted.
Oh, dude, that was
cringe.
That Instagram post is great. I love that one.
So, Lady of the Nerd says, "I'm always down to dunk on Anita for her profoundly dishonest and cringe behavior, but this actually seems like a fun party idea. That could be because I'm already married, though. Wouldn't mind recreating it again with my wife." So I said, and there's a difference. You're already happily married. That makes it immediately less cringe, whereas Anita's treating it like an fun of one-off idea for jollies rather than a celebration of lifetime union with special. Point is, we argue about it back and forth a little bit. She goes, I mean, she does have a long-term partner. I have a hard time seeing being surrounded by friends and loved ones having a good time as cringe. But furry conventions have their patrons surrounded by their friends and loved ones. Doesn't make the actual conventions themselves less cringe.
Yes.
And so she goes,
yes.
So she continues to disagree about Anita, but then she says, but you had made me change my mind on the stance surrounded by their friends and loved ones. Put furries deserve the wall. And then she sent me this. I was like, yeah, I'll meet you in the middle there. So just mad respect to Lady of the Nerds.
I love this one. Just, are women okay?
No, they're not.
You guys doing all right? I don't know. But why? The fuck is this? Vulcan? Bewerk? Vindic Lux? Like, what made up language is this?
He translated this, didn't he?
Apparently. I don't know where this snip came from.
Stockholm.
Because of
apparently.
wedding themed birthday.
That's what it says on Instagram. It's from Stockholm.
Yeah, Stockholm.
I mean, to be fair, which makes a lot of sense because I can only imagine Anita Sarkeesian has friends because of Stockholm syndrome. So.
Oh yeah. A little misery going on.
Absolutely.
Mahjong Soul.
Mahjong Soul.
All right. If you want to play with me, I'll be right back and grab another beer.
You like the one where they Photoshop Sargon in with her? That's great.
Yeah, Sargon tweeted about it. It's like, I wouldn't even wish this on Anita Sarkeesian.
Well, I'm gonna play some Saints Row because I've never played it before.
Do it. It's fun. You can use a dildo as a weapon, I think.
I hope so. Well,
You can. That's the thing.
I hope so.
do you know what I'm really disappointed at? I saw Dune 2 in the theaters at the IMAX,
Yeah.
and they didn't have.
Tell
the
me how
they
disappointed
didn't have
you
the
were.
pop.
Please do.
They did not have the popcorn bowl, and I was like so disappointed.
So the theater I went to didn't have them either. Instead, they had commemorative Dune shot glasses. I was like, oh fuck yeah, I'll get one of those, and they were sold out. But they did have specialty popcorn that was like Dune spice popcorn. But yeah, I thought you were gonna say you were upset, you were depressed by the movie. I was gonna be like, yes, speak my language. Fuck Dune 2.
No, I loved it. Oh, I loved it to death. Oh my god.
Apparently, a studio that.
Okay, I'm gonna be that asshole real quick, Lucifer. Have you read the book?
Oh yeah, I've read the books a few times actually.
And you were still okay with it?
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Of course I was. It was a visual feast. It was.
Oh yeah, no.
beautiful to watch.
Visually, it was amazing.
Oh,
The movie,
it was fucking
the movie
beautiful.
is like it's peak.
Now, we guys watched, like,
as a
3
film,
minutes
the way it
instead.
was made, the way it was shot, it is gorgeous cinema-wise.
it's
The sort of
fantastic,
movies that we
yeah.
do, but the absolute destruction of what was in the books, it had me very upset.
Oh, of course it's an adaptation. It's not I wouldn't consider it the same story, obviously, because it would take a whole mini series to be able to actually do like those two movies. Really, it should have been 10 hours to be able to tell the whole story.
And it's just the first movie was like, I would say a solid 75% source material accurate to the first half of the book. So I was like, oh, we're gonna get the second one. It's gonna also be source material accurate, or at least as close as possible. And the second one just leaps off of a fucking train off of a cliff when it comes to being accurate to the book. It's like, oh, so they bait and switched me. Fuck that. I was so upset because it's my favorite book series of all time.
No, and I've read the books probably 3 times, like the entire series, and I have them on audiobooks, and I fall asleep. I'll fall asleep to them, like especially God Emperor. I'll fall asleep to that. Like
there's some, I think they are legitimately the best quality audiobooks I've ever listened to.
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Oh actually, I compare them to the beginning of the Horus Heresy, just by just how well done it is, and how like your mind just explodes with like so much visualization. Herbert is just fantastic at describing stuff. I
completely agree.
Him and Clive Barker are fantastic at that. It's like they get really high, like it's as if they smoked a big fat joint before writing anything and just go off on tangents. But the tangents are everything that's in their mind. No, I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to talk about
right
it anymore.
Here. Yeah, I got some Herbert right here. The deciding experiment.
Yeah. All right, you guys. Love you.
Love you, Lucifer.
All right. See you.
Later, Lucy.
Ah.
See you, Lucifer.
Blaine did not win that.
I did not. That guy sumoed. That guy double conned. Conned his wind. Oh yeah, I'm gonna. Whew, right off the bat, baby. Here we go.
Man, Reddit is so
Oh
cringe.
my god. 3 green dragons. Off rip.
Unpopular opinion, being married to your high school sweetheart isn't romantic or endearing. It's actually kind of sad.
What? Why?
Who the fuck
probably
said
alone
that?
here.
Because I know
I
that
just
wasn't
can't
you,
bring
Toronto.
myself
You're
to
Latino.
think
Your
couples
people are known for
who have been
hot-blooded,
together
long-lasting romance.
since high school.
I don't think there's
sweet or
anything wrong with it.
inspirational. Getting married young limits your experiences as an individual. to exposure of different perspectives and relationships.
That's...
You never were given the chance to develop your own identity that could lead to potential challenges or personal growth and self-discovery by staying inside of the only box you've known. You're likely going to miss out on opportunities for personal and professional growth that come from exploring different paths. So, like, fucking people that are higher up than you.
Yeah, that's so weird. Wording as professional.
What feminism? What feminist faggotry is that? Like, that was absolutely.
That's Reddit though, man.
That better be.
Horrible.
Am I the asshole? And the answer is yes.
That's from unpopular opinion. It is 57% upvoted.
Holy shit!
So a lot of people do not agree with it.
That's hilarious.
Well, everyone that does agree with it's probably a millennial white woman.
Yeah. It's like, what experience?
Am I wrong? You're fucking laughing, but am I wrong?
No, you're right. That's why I'm laughing. I laugh at the truth.
But would you hit?
Like, the ideal is being married in a loving relationship. Why would you turn that down?
Yeah, the whole like, what if, what else is just such
never
a
getting
weird.
Married, honestly, like you know what? Keep having that ideology because that means you're not gonna have kids. That means you're not gonna procreate, or you are gonna have kids because you've been ran through by several black men and you're gonna be a single mom. And you know what? Fuck you.
Do we?
You
really
don't want to do that, Leon.
like
You don't want to add to that kid total.
Promote the antinatalists.
I'm so goddamn tired of women like that.
Why does dating a bunch of different people even sound like a good prospect? That's not something I would be interested in, really.
Well, I saw this tweet and like
unless you like are
was
really
so
bad at like
beautifully-
finding somebody, you know, maybe
Like, that's not
like-
the goal. The goal is not to date a lot of people. The goal is to date people until you can find somebody to be.
yeah,
right. But no, I saw a tweet the other day and I was like, you know what? Yes, this is exactly what I want. And they said, I want America to be like the 1950s, but without the racism. I was like, yes, that's what we need. We need 1950s minus any sort of racism, and life would be good. That's how we should operate.
But
Everyone
we
has
should
fun in the
still
home.
talk
Everyone-
like it's the racist 50s because that was fun. But everybody should just know that
right,
it's
right,
okay.
yeah. Tongue in cheek, but like,
What are you
seriously,
doing there?
everyone had a gun at home. Everyone was married. They had their kids. They fucking hated communism. The 1950s was peak.
The bomb had blown up successfully. Like we knew it wasn't going to kill us all anymore.
Oh yeah, we were in the atomic age for sure.
Dude, cars had like weird circles on the front of them for no reason. All of them. They were like, what if this car looked like a jet fighter? We're like, oh, dude, that's cool.
Clay Jet says we need hamburgers made with radiation, which just makes me think of Fallout. Apparently, they released a second Fallout trailer. I haven't seen it yet, but I hope it's good. I've actually got high hopes for the Fallout show.
So is there a fourth Green Dragon, or is there only 3?
There is a fourth that I could con if someone drops it, and that would open up another Dora opportunity, which is like a tile up. Yeah, sumo.
That's game.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Nice.
Yeah, if you get all 4 of something and
That's
you can
good.
con it, then it flips the another Dora, which is like a point booster. So if I have a tile on hand, like I have the 8, that's a Dora, so that gets me extra points as well.
No, Alex.
Just straight off the bat,
Even
4,
with all
5,
the
6,
knowledge,
the red 5.
Roger is not related to anybody that we know of so
You
far.
got me.
No spoilers.
So, Serranos, you know what Blaine just pulled off rip? He just pulled all 3 of the red 5s.
With series already. So I've got 5, 6, 7, and then I've got 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, those are really powerful.
And I got
So
4
wait,
and
is there
5
any
and
skill
7.
to this, or is
You
it
got 5,
just
6,
luck?
8, or 5, 7.
Oh,
8.
there absolutely is a lot of skill to Mahjong.
Yeah,
It
so-
just it's a very long, arduous process to learning what is the good plays.
It's sort of the what tile do I discard to make my hand that little bit stronger, or wait for a little bit stronger hand, as well as discard something that someone else doesn't immediately take.
Guys, 'cause, like from the perspective of someone that has no fucking idea what's going on, it
Yeah,
just looks
she
like
just took
dominoes with
that.
tattoos.
She just took that because he discarded a good tile and gave him a triple.
And Tim's talk, soccer moms do rule when they're married and loving mothers and have good kids and are loyal to their husbands. And yes, that's when soccer moms
The
rule.
real problem with America
Now-
is a lack of soccer.
Right on, man.
Absolutely, Serranos.
Blaine, do you know what would be
Or
crazy right
the
now?
soccer moms, they're like, hey, I'm going to take the kid to soccer practice and use that as an excuse to bone somebody in the van while the buddy's learning, how to hit the ball with his head. Like, those sort of soccer moms can get fucked. Well, that they already are getting fucked, but you know what I mean.
What if you went for an all simples right now?
That's kind of what I'm going for. I just need to dump this one, but I'm
gonna be for real. I misread the 5 as a 9 that you just draw.
How do you guys see numbers and shit? These are like pictures on these dominoes to me.
You see the red bamboo thing on the right? That's 5. There's 5 pieces of bamboo.
Yeah,
that's literally.
It's just like dominoes. So like this has 5 dots on it, right? So that's a 5. This has 5 bamboo pieces. This has 2.
Are not as straightforward.
These are Chinese characters.
You just have to learn those.
You can turn on a subtitle for these tiles, but I hate the way it looks. So these are 5, 6, 7.
Admittedly, I have that turned on, but I know most of them.
Yeah, that's fair if you don't know those. That's not actually expected.
Also, the 8 of bamboo looks a little weird. It's like
it's this M shaped, like double M thing.
Yeah.
But it is also again like a domino.
True.
IGP Mexican says you need to have narrow eyes to read it, Leon.
Yeah, squint, it'll read it better.
Oh, and there's also the wind tiles, which are those black the character pieces. They're pretty hard to read, but you just learn them. The west actually looks like a W. The south is that one Blaine discarded.
This one right here is south. It's actually the symbol for yen inside of a
you don't really
little
need
house.
To know what those actually mean. You just know that they link up together. That's it.
You do have to know what they mean because east is the prevalent wind. So if you get all the east, you get a point, and then your seat, like I'm in the east seat right now. Oh, do I take it and then go for 6s? I could go for 6s.
But you're on 2-8 right now.
Okay.
Is this a Chinese game? Was this made by Tencent?
Yeah, I gotta dump the 5.
You gotta dump it because you're on wait for 4s.
It was.
Southwest tiles.
Mind if I join to talk? Oh, you can always join. Roan.
That's game, baby.
That's a big win.
Yeah. Ooh, man.
All simples. Dora 3 red 5. Woo! Mom gone.
Yeah, now he has.
Oh, so close. If you make another person go into the negatives, it immediately ends the game.
And whoever has the most points after that, even if you didn't get the most points on that turn, whoever has the most points at the end wins. It's like
correct.
If he had sunk him down below 0, but he didn't have the most points, he would have gotten like 2nd or something.
True, and this is a 4-player game, so really you just want to be above the other 2 players. You just want to be 1st or 2nd in a 4-player game.
Correct.
Yeah, you don't actually care about ending the game usually unless you have a good advantage like him. If Blaine can finish this guy off this turn, like get a win off of him, that means he just guaranteed wins the game. But mostly he wants to make sure
this is Miyu.
Yeah.
She's a little idle.
Mostly Blaine wants to make sure that he just gets some more points here.
I just don't want to play into somebody else's hand. That's the biggest thing.
Like if someone calls chi or pawn on you, and then you feed into their hand, they like call Ron on you. You lose.
You lose points to them. Yeah.
It is insanely bad to do that.
Hello.
And also the dragon tiles are like their own Han, so like you're chilling if you get one. You can like call the game right there, damn near. Like Blaine is in Tempai right now.
With 7 tiles.
On 7 tiles. That is insane.
Welcome, Andrew. Insane. What do you
set up to win already?
Did you already know how to play Mahjong, and this game just like you using this as like your learning tool?
This game taught me how to play because I've been trying to learn how to. I went to a SakuraCon by us. We have a Seattle Mahjong club, and I went to their little Mahjong event thing that they have. They have a room that's always playing Mahjong at SakuraCon, and I learned how to play there. And then wife and I were like, wow, this is really fun. This is great. And I actually have a set of tiles, so we tried to play, but like just playing, like knowing what the scores are and stuff is like really, really confusing because you're trying to make a hand that will get you points. And without having all of these memorized, doing it manually is a pain in the ass. So this game is really good at teaching you like what's going to be a winning hand, what's going to be a good tile to discard or keep.
Yeah, having a computer
all of
handle
that.
the actual points for you is so much simpler.
Oh,
It's
totally.
so good, dude.
So much simpler.
It is the best part about this game.
Imagine playing poker, but you have 3 times as many hands as you that you can get.
Yeah,
Actually,
exactly.
that's why I love
I can't even play
Probably
regular
more
poker,
like-
so that
Dude,
sounds
like
very, very
extremely
difficult.
It is very similar.
Well, all those good red-blooded Americans spent their time learning how to play poker. I was playing fucking Magic the Gathering, so I don't know how to play any poker.
Man, I could sweep you out then, I bet.
Like right now, so the 1 and the 9 tiles are considered terminal tiles. The dragon tiles and the wind tiles are considered honor tiles. And if you have none of those in your hand, you have an all simples hand, which is an extra.
And unlike poker, you don't have to have the best hand to win. You just have to win each round. So you can win with like a pair every round, and you still get to be the person who won.
Dude, my favorite wins are when it's just 7 pairs of 2.
I'll take that.
Do just all runs on this one, I think.
Yeah,
Noda Commander's pretty cool. I don't play it as much as I used to. I'm far more into competitive MTG, going to tournaments and whatnot. But I do have some Commander decks. In fact, I've got a very, very good, strong, awesome Goblin deck that I just fucking clean house with. Yeah, if you play Commander, let me know who your Commander is. And then Gemini says, imagine playing Magic when all the cool black people play Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know if the cool black people play Yu-Gi-Oh. I know
Standard
that
is
there's a lot of black people.
Standard is too expensive.
Standard is what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the tunnel of death you're living in.
Sorry, Standard is too expensive.
Oh, is Standard too expensive, Leon?
So Standard, when I say Standard, there's several different formats to Standard. So yeah, if you're talking about like the in rotation, using the most recent sets, only the most recent 3 are allowed. Like, yeah, that's expensive. I don't play that. I play Modern and Pioneer, which are far more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
What's
Yeah.
Pioneer?
Those would be the.
because what Andrew's talking about is you have to buy new sets every single year. That's what happens. You have to make new sets.
No, not every single year. They
4 months.
Oh yeah. Well, I forgot that because you're having cards cycle out every 3 or 4 months.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, every 3 or 4 months, a set cycles out to replace a new set. Whereas Pioneer and Modern are in Pioneer, it's every card from like 2003 forward is legal, minus ones that have been banned, and Pioneer is like every card from 2012 forward is legal. So.
Yeah, now Blaine is like so far ahead. He basically just does not want to lose at all. That's the only goal.
He's also the
Just
dealer
winning
right
more
now, so
attrition.
the dealer has to keep dealing right until they lose or someone else wins.
So my goal is basically to make someone go negative. Otherwise,
And are you playing bronze right now or silver?
silver.
Good.
Because in silver, I get the chest and the bond boost.
And you get coins in silver.
Boom.
And he's immediately in Ricci for a 2 weight. Oh,
Clay Jet says, "Can I use Obelisk the Tormentor?" I don't
Well,
even
that's
know.
going to be a big win.
Dude,
I don't
Obelisk would run the game.
I don't think you're going to lose this game.
I mean,
No,
someone
what'll
can
happen
stop
is
you.
someone like cons out the 2s, and I'll be like, fuck.
But they would need to have a concealed con. So it's a little bit unlikely. But
Well, concealed 3
Speaking
and
of
then draw.
concealed, I'm going to take this back to politics for a moment here. Did y'all?
Sure.
You guys said you didn't listen to the State of the Union address.
No,
Fucking Joe
no.
Biden just outright said, "I'm going to be working towards a ban on assault rifles." Like, just
Oh,
not even. It's
why?
one thing for some fringe idiots on Twitter to say that, but when Joe Biden comes outright in the
Joe
State
Biden,
of the
like,
Union
almost
address and
always
says,
said
"I'm
that,
going to
though?
ban assault rifles," what a fucking a word I was about to say that I probably can't say on YouTube. So.
don't do that. Don't do that. Don't fall into that trap. Just say it. No one cares.
I'm not gonna put Blaine's channel at risk for my political
channel's
outrage.
under
Type it in
attack.
private chat because we want to know.
I know.
Oh, you
that
gotta forgive him.
I
You
have
gotta
some
forgive him.
attract haters. I don't know if they.
Oh, it's
follow
not
me
enough.
on Facebook or
Dang
whatnot,
it.
but, like, I've gotten to the point where I have people coming
could
to my
lose next
streams
round
and
easy,
comments to do like hating and reporting and things like that. And I don't know if any of them follow me to other streams, but I don't want to put Blaine's stuff at risk because of assholes that I pissed off.
And Blaine gets attacked by people who hate electric cars on stream, so
Yep.
That's how it is. Advertise it. Like, do you ever advertise Blaine's stream? Like, oh, going on Blaine's stream tonight. Like,
I don't think he does.
Sometimes I do. If Blaine has a tweet that I see that pops up on my timeline, I'll always repost it and put my own thing on it and whatnot. It just sort of depends on what I'm seeing on the internet at the time. Sometimes I hop in here just for fun. Other times I do advertise it.
That's fair. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I'm happy to do it. I love being on here. This is like my favorite chill stream to do is Fun Time Friday.
Dude, that's good to hear. That makes me happy. Thank you. Thank you for making me happy.
If my controller was working, I could be playing a game right now easily.
It is wild that Blaine has 6 honor tiles right now, and none of them are good for him.
I can play that with just a mouse.
None of them help.
Guys, I need guys, I need help. I need games you can play with just your mouse.
Minesweeper.
Alan Wake 2.
That's another game I never learned how to play. I have no fucking idea how to play Minesweeper.
Oh,
it's really easy.
Really?
Yeah.
Basically, when you see a number, right? You see the number, it means how many tiles around it connected to it. Either any of the 8 tiles around it have a mine in it. That's it.
The craziest or the have you ever watched a Minesweeper speedrunner?
No.
They're wild. They're just like click, 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 click. You're like, damn.
Basically, they just know the setups for what's gonna look like. Because when you click your initial thing, it will never be a mine. So it'll open up a big area of all the tiles connected to it that are not mines. So it'll give you a big area that you can look at and see a bunch of different things where it says a mine is connected to one of your tiles.
Mm-hmm.
See, Clay Jet says like I feel less retarded now because he says I seriously thought Minesweeper was all chance. Like so did I. I did not know there was mathematics.
You have to. It's mathematical. You have to read what. You have to read where
it is.
It'll tell you how many mines.
Sometimes chance. There are weird number sequences you can get that are actually like chance based, but it is pretty rare to see those. I think.
You can. There are definitely versions of Minesweeper that do not have the chance. Like I remember I saw like Aliens Rock have this one, which is like a slightly different.
Sudoku. Hey, Sudokus are fun.
I do them.
I love Sudoku.
It's the one that has the different lines with like 7 in this row, 6 in this row. The ones that make like type pictures and stuff like that.
So like, okay, that's a completely different.
Kind of like
Picross. Called a monogram. That's called a
monogram. But I would still consider monograms similar to Minesweeper.
I mean, they're kind of similar, but
because Minesweeper is the roguelike version of a monogram.
What a weird way to say that.
Because a monogram, you're trying to find which tiles you should have on and which tiles you should have off based on the numbers you're given. And some of them will be hidden. It won't tell you how many are in a certain row. You have to figure that out from the other rows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, monogram games are really fun.
I think my favorite version of it is the hexagon version.
Hexcells.
Yeah, Hexcells. I finally beat 6-5 on Hexcells Infinite. Yeah. I'm so happy.
Yeah, I'll show us the chat so Leon can figure it out because he has visualizing stuff in his head.
And Blaine is actively working.
Did you say I have trouble visualizing stuff in my head?
Yeah.
First of all, I don't. I'm actually very good at that, but okay.
I'm really good at that. Excuse me. But yeah, this Hexcells basically, like I said, monogram. Each row has a number on it, or maybe it doesn't. Some of them don't. It'll tell you, okay, this is how many are in this row. Are they connected or not? Are all of them sequentially connected? Other different little tips.
Why is the 4 in furry?
It's a pretty cool puzzle game. I like
it. Someone might have cheated you or pawned you, but it doesn't look like it. Weird.
Someone might have cheated you or pawned you.
No, it's the one. The one is why you're in Furton.
Oh, but I could. Why can't I pull the 4 though?
Because fuck you. That's how the game works.
Yeah, I guess.
It screwed me over so many times, dude. I'll be like on a wait for specifically a dragon tile, and it'll be like, oh, well, I mean, you could also have drawn this tile, therefore you're in Furton.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't have gone a Yaku if you got that, but you wouldn't have won the game if you drew that tile, but screw you.
Can you see the red apple, Leon? Jemmy wants to
I
know.
was trying to figure out what the fuck that tweet means or that comment means.
So if you close your eyes and you
it was like, oh, go on, so go for it.
If you close your eyes and you picture a red apple, what do you see in your brain? And the scale goes from you don't see anything, or you see the word apple, to an outline of an apple, a drawing of an apple, or an actual, you can picture a real life.
I would say I see
apple.
a hyper realistic apple.
Okay. Then you're not broken.
I mean, I can imagine every stage of it because like that's just simple.
Right. I mean, now knowing that I can as well, but like,
what's your profile pic, Alejandro?
Like, in my head, I see photorealistic apple just from the initial statement. But,
oh my god!
I mean, that looks like Stacey Abrams.
It is 11:45. I have my Neon Leon stream in 30 minutes, so I'm gonna pop off here to get ready for that. So awesome show as always. Thanks to Milt for having me on, guys. And I'm
always good to chat with you.
Yeah, I love doing it. Quick plug for anybody interested. Tomorrow on Saturday Night Hypnosis, our guest is Kabrutus, the man that created the Sweet Baby Inc. Detective Steam Curator page. So,
nice.
If anyone's interested in the discourse or dialogue about that, we'll be interviewing him tomorrow at 7:00 p.m. Central Time. So, yeah, it's gonna be a blast. And I love you too, IJP Mexican. But I'm out of here, guys. Deuces.
Later.
See ya.
Shit is Abrams. Jemmy's on top of it.
Is it Stacey Abrams?
Of your parent?
So, quick question. Does anyone know what's going on with Stitch and Adam? Like, they haven't streamed at all this week, and they were like, we're going to be doing weekday streams now.
I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, Stitch probably died.
It's fine, but it's weird they haven't, like, there's no community.
Well, Stitch has been active on X, so maybe Adam is like, I gotta finish the comic or something.
Yeah, somebody skinwalkered Adam.
Yeah. Maybe.
It's fine.
Skinwalkered him.
They're being paid by Brianna Wu to not stream right now.
Oh, that's true.
Part of strategy.
I like how they haven't said anything about it either. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird not to say anything, but at the end of the day, it's like they're probably fine. It's best not to worry.
You best not worry. Maybe you should. When should you worry?
Sometimes you should worry.
I mean, they're both still on Twitter, right? Or is it just one of them is on Twitter?
I saw Stitch on Twitter at least, so I know he's been saying stuff. Adam ain't finished shit. Yeah, probably not.
What's the what tiles are you waiting on again?
I'm waiting on 5 and 4. Yeah.
If there's only 1 5 left, you're pretty okay.
Oh. Hey, he got it from him though. So that's an instant enough. Oh, not yet. Dang it. Oh wait, yes, okay. It got doubled, okay. I was like, not again.
But now it's actually over. Now you won.
Yeah, it's game. 46 points.
Boop.
Oh, 67 actually.
Working my way through Adept, getting my Bond gift going.
Why aren't you in the game?
What do you mean? What are
you talking about?
He just won the game. That's why.
I'm gonna create
Alex, do you pay attention to anything that's going on?
I'm just not watching.
I don't been in here for like 30 minutes.
I don't recognize your names. All I see is his Blaine on the screen. I thought you were in his game.
What's the
Oh yeah, no, those weren't anybody else.
Are those computers or something, or those actual humans?
Those are people.
Those were other people, yeah.
I'm in. Don't worry.
Why aren't you playing with us?
Oh, you're already in. Okay. Well, I
don't play.
Well, because I started up and Bunger was like, I gotta go. I'll be right back. And so I started.
I gotta get a beer.
Dude, I'm already through all those beers I grabbed.
My room number. Do you want to play, Alex?
No, my finger is really numb.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough. Look, dude, I got the free skin.
You got it. Look at you. Free Janshi.
I don't even know what that means.
It's the streamer mode name it gives everyone on my friends list.
I feel like you can just turn that off. I feel like it doesn't actually matter.
It is in the rules that I play in streamer mode when streaming.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then.
So
go ahead.
So I finished the debate review today.
Oh, you did? Nice. All my stuff's been formula, so I didn't catch anybody's notifications today.
That's all good. No worries. I'm going to be putting out like a condensed video. I have no idea how long it's going to be, but the point is I'm going to try and cut out all the times, that we're looping.
Mm-hmm.
I might I was thinking I'll either pick one representative moment of all the times they're going over one topic, or have like a montage of them kind of saying the similar things, going over the same topic, and then just cover it once.
Yeah.
But either way, I'm going to be putting out a condensed version of this experience.
Nice.
But yeah, no, oh man, this week I've been reading Edmund Burke. Did I tell you about this?
No.
I don't think I did. No, yeah, Edmund Burke by
I'd love to see you win.
What is it?
With 1,000.
No, get out of here! I don't care about the points.
It's the lowest amount I could get. But either way,
So yeah, Edmund Burke.
the wind is blowing in my direction. Therefore, I'm gonna win now with a higher hand.
There you go.
Continue. What about Edmund Burke?
Yeah, no, he wrote about like the French Revolution, like just after it happened, like a year after it concluded. And he had like these reflections on it.
This is your first time knowing about him?
And that's like all of Sargon's positions.
Oh, really?
Like, but he's not representing them as like where he got them from. He's almost like stating them like he came up with them, or like he like pulled this knowledge from records about like the French Revolution or something like that, or
like he was digging deep in
when
the
he's
archives.
referencing, yeah, or something like. But he's not referencing was like, well, I've read Edmund Burke and this is his account, and I feel like that's true because of these other people that I've read also concur. None of this is going on. He's just saying things, but they're not his words. They're somebody else's. They're somebody else's positions that he's simply adopted. And the thing is that whenever he's talking about what, like, the ideas he's critiquing, or the ideas he disagrees with, he names who he's talking about. But anytime he's talking about the things that he agrees with, he does not name where he's getting these ideas from. And that's a pattern I realized.
Interesting.
It's really unfortunate.
I could definitely imagine that being annoying.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Stitch's Law going on, and a lot of
definitional arguments.
Well, yeah.
Did they call it out, or are they just sort of
thinking.
like arguing without while having different definitions?
Yeah, it's the second thing. They
that sucks.
They realize that they're not communicating, try to work through it a little bit, and then Sargon's like, we're looping and let's move on. And they're like, okay. And then they do so. And it's good for like the flow of the conversation, but it's Sargon hasn't won anything, right? He's just the conversation has been exhausted. He hasn't proven himself correct. And part of the problem with that is, though, even though he might optically seem like he is correct, is because very often Sitch will concede for the sake of the flow of the argument.
Yeah, he needs to not concede.
But
he needs to say
he needs to not do that.
You need to be able to say, we're not going to agree on this. Let's move on while making it clear that you're like, no, you're wrong. But a lot of people have trouble with that. Because a lot of people will say, fine, whatever, what's next? Like, and that's sort of their phrase steps. And that phrase step says, I'm wrong, like, just broadcast it.
Yeah, I don't actually like moving on.
True.
I
right.
like making sure that it's known
True.
that I was correct.
Yeah. The problem is that Sitch also doesn't understand, and like I actually have been talking with him this past week over some of these ideas, but very briefly, not in depth, but what do you call it? So hopefully he'll gain a better understanding of the positions. But he needs to understand things like when Sargon is saying Locke isn't beating the Bible or he's not leaning on the Bible, that kind of stuff, he is categorically 100% false.
Mm-hmm.
Locke in the first treatise is 100% of his arguments are the Bible is correct and you're misinterpreting the Bible. That is the way to simplify all of Locke's arguments in the first thing. It's 100% of his arguments in the first treatise.
I feel like I need to read Locke. Like I've not read any.
From what
of
I
these,
do
really.
know of him, yeah, there's nothing really I've seen from him that would suggest otherwise.
Like my knowledge is like Locke was
treatise,
like Locke inspired the this and this in the American government. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And like that's all I really know of Locke directly.
And what you should know though is like lots of the founders were inspired by Locke because they were also very Christian. They were also of them were very religious.
Yeah. No. So Locke is talking against Sir Roger Filmer in Sir Roger Filmer wrote this piece called Patriarcha, and Locke is doing an EFAP style breakdown of this guy's argument. He's just like, you're wrong. Like he goes through his whole argument, and he's like, you're wrong here, and this is why you're wrong. You're wrong here, and this is why you're wrong. And he just breaks it down, chops it up, argument by argument, disproving everything by talking about like the fact that, I don't know. I don't want to recreate that here, but the point is that he 100% of his arguments are simplified to the Bible is correct and you're getting it wrong. And then the second book, his second treatise on civil government, is the Bible is correct, right, when it talks about certain things. And then he talks about mechanistically how society is, right?
Gotcha.
So he does move beyond simply talking about the Bible in the second book. But so it is correct to say that it is more than just the Bible there, but he is still heavily leaning on the Bible. Like,
because I gotta imagine a second book has to follow from like some of the things that are established in the first book, or are they separate entire books?
Sort of. No, because see, the first book is saying you're wrong and here's why, and then that's the first book. You're wrong and here's why. The second book is if I was trying to make my own argument on what we should do, it is this.
Gotcha.
Right. So and every time he does lean on something in the first book, he reintroduces it. That's really important because there are things that he believes in the first book that he doesn't recreate in the second book. So I would argue that when he's putting his positive foot forward for the way that the government should interact with people, and he leaves out stuff where he feels like how people interact with each other in the first book, he means to say that those things are not involved with the government because he believes in a principle of charity between people, right? But he also believes that there should be limited taxation.
Right.
So he doesn't believe that the government should be the ones in charge of everyone's money.
Which someone who is basing their theory on biblical ideals is going to have that thought of like, I will be helpful to my neighbor, and I don't need the government to force me to do that. And that's super foundational to that. So that makes sense to me.
Right. So there are things in the first book that aren't necessarily relevant to the second book. So even though you can't just say that Locke believed something, therefore it's liberalism, because he specifically left those things out when talking about the way that the government should interact with people.
Interesting.
Like, right. So he had this, he believed that natural rights were life, prosperity, and justice.
Right.
And how he basically got this, I mean, especially the life and prosperity, is actually from the Bible when in what is it? It's Genesis, where he's
be fruitful and multiply.
Telling Adam,
Yeah.
exactly, right? And he takes that as like this commandment towards mankind, like all of mankind. So we, protect your life, to multiply. He's has this idea that like civilization is good, and then prosperity is good on top of that, right? These two are the principles, the main core principles of humanity. And to support that, though, we have justice.
Nice run.
Right? So he actually believes in this kind of libertarian, like the libertarian principle, the non-aggression principle, it's called, the NAP. Right? So he actually has that in his second treatise on civil government. He talks about how liberty is a limited license, that you're not going to be stepping on anyone's toes. You're not going to be infringing on other people's rights. Right. But you can do anything else, essentially, right? But even beyond that, he has a limiting principle there, so that he says waste is bad.
Correct.
So if you're like, this was his principle against probably the aristocracy and possibly the crown as well, where they are holding land but letting things, like letting fruit, go bad.
Like it gives us the principle where like if I go use a big chunk of land for like 4 years and no one tells me to stop or leave or does anything with it, then it's my land now. Yeah.
Right, exactly. This is the kind of thing that Locke was in favor of.
Right.
Right. If you're going to be enriching the land, if you're going to be making use of the land and somebody else isn't, then you actually have a greater
right to the land.
Right mm-hmm. to it, But and so like, and he's linking all of this to, though, biblical references.
Yeah.
He's constantly quoting the Bible, even in the second book. And so, and ecclesiastical reference, just philosophers as well, not simply just the Bible, but like he's referencing like biblical scholars talking about God and stuff, right?
Going to that,
and he's constantly doing that,
basically.
Yeah, he's constantly doing that in the second book. So then, when Sargon says, "Well," he wasn't basing his ideas on the Bible. He says he's not basing his ideas on the Bible. He's just flat wrong. He's constantly talking about the Bible.
Seems like a weird
that's
thing
not
to
my read of him.
Wrong about, doesn't it?
It is. It makes me think that he's never actually read Locke like directly. He's read analysis by other people. Other people have made Locke more accessible to him, and those are the people that he's paid attention to. But he hasn't actually read it for himself. It makes me feel like, anyway. Or if he has, he's read passages.
Oh, okay.
Like curated,
or like put on an audio book
people.
And just was at the gym while he was listening to it,
Maybe, but even I've done that too. I've read it and listened to it, and I've gone over it. Like even before I first talked to Sitchin Adam, I had gone through it like his books like 6 or 7 times.
That's too
to make sure I to make sure I understood it all, though.
Yeah,
right?
You had a reason to do it.
And yeah, and Sargon is just misrepresenting Locke completely, like to the point where it doesn't even make sense that he could have read this and then say his conclusions. Like he talks about how, oh, they all believed, and he's throwing Locke in there. He mentions him by name several times, that Locke believed in Rousseau, or he doesn't even say it's Rousseau's. He just says the state of nature, and he talks about like this wilderness or whatnot. But that is not at all how Locke articulates the state of nature. He talks about how, like, in America, they have tribes, and tribes are in the state of nature for Locke. He has an argument for it, right? But the whole point is that they're not inside a commonwealth.
Right.
And so, that being the case, they're in the state of nature. And that's for America.
Specifically
and
America of
then he goes on to say,
or whatever.
Of his time. Yeah. That was his like 1670s, 1680, something like that. And so he then goes on to say that in the beginning, the whole world was America.
Yeah, because the America was like an unpopulated thing for them, and so it was like a glimpse into like what the past would have looked like.
Right. So the whole point, though, is not to say that America was a wilderness and everybody was inside of this wilderness, right? Just alone, atomized, wandering around themselves. He articulated that in America, that they were not in a commonwealth, that they existed in tribes together.
Yeah.
So and to go on to say other things like how
does he define commonwealth as like, is that a
sort of, he does and doesn't. I mean, he talks about it in the sense of like a political association.
Okay, so we're not talking about specifically like England as this massive global spanning owner of all of these colonies. Okay.
No. Not that. The point is that you are having a legislative representatives, or group of a legislator, right? That could be like a prince or something. And then you have a judge, which, I mean, they can be one person or they can be, multiple people, right? And you have these functions. And so with a judge, or like in a tribe, right? You'll have like a leader, right? But you won't have this. One could, I mean, he might even, upon further information and reflection on modern day archaeology, he might even say that certain tribes actually do function like a commonwealth. But we're going on. But he was articulating the way that he understood it of the time.
Because they would have been bringing back messages,
like
messages of savage nation, like cultures that wander, and they just have family groups, like that kind of thing would have been what was communicated. He would have been getting the because like we have the sweat lodges and stuff, and the big long tents. And
I would assume the best
Washington.
representation of that they would have encountered would have been the.
Well, he did say something about the savage tribes in Florida.
Florida.
Or the Iroquois.
No, he specifically mentioned Florida. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Savages of Florida.
So, and then it's also really important when he's talking about everywhere else where there is a people are in the state of nature. He mentions that if you live under a absolute monarchy, you're in the state of nature because of the despotical power available to the king.
I don't really know about that.
Because, well, I think the argument
this is
the
how
king is essentially the god, so like similar to how you wouldn't have any control over what God says, you wouldn't have any control over what the king says, and you're just trying to survive underneath that.
Sort of. The point is that. Oh, okay. And so, if I could just one step further, he says that if the government, the legislature and the judges aren't upholding their duties, then you too exist in a state of nature, regardless of your association with one another. Right? So the whole point he's doing here is he's talking about how rights, your rights are inalienable. He's trying to give an argument for like rising up and protecting yourself and asserting that you are not owned by the king. The king is not like your master. That he has duties he has to do. And if he's not doing them, then those rights are returned to you. You don't have to just suffer.
The king is a part of the system. He is not the system, the entire system.
Gotcha.
Right. No, he would be arguing against Hobbes, even though he doesn't mention him by name. So the point there is that we see for Locke that the state of nature is not like this atomized, independent time frame where people were outside of association with one another. It is specifically for Locke outside of a political association. When you are outside of a government that is upholding your rights. That's the whole point for Locke about the state of nature.
Gotcha.
And none of this is talked about by Sargon. In fact, he denies it whenever Sitch has any inclination that this is true, and he tries to assert any of this. Sargon shuts him down, and Sitch, because he's not fluent on the topic, just like gives in and says, "Okay, yeah, you're right." Eventually,
Pinboy.
Doesn't know.
He just doesn't know.
Gamble.
And Sargon is very convincing, and so Sitch just gives in. And he did a little bit better this last time, when he was talking about one aspect, and he just like, well, I think you're wrong. That's eventually how it ended, where he's like, I think you're wrong. And then they just moved on.
Don't take
this.
So
that was better, but still. Very frequently, that's the way the situation resolves itself, is that Sitch capitulates. Sitch is like, well, sure, okay, that's wrong, and I guess Locke believed it, so he's wrong too. That's not. It's so frustrating because it's absolutely incorrect.
Right.
I mean, Adams, like avoiding the entire thing altogether is a way better argument than Sitch just giving in. Because Adam doesn't even want to talk about this stuff. That's why he was so silent. He doesn't want to talk about the beginning because he doesn't think it's relevant. And I think that it is relevant because it's like these arguments keep being recycled, right? It was really quite illuminating reading Edmund Burke because they were talking about what is it? Equity, equal representation. They were talking about, what was it? Eliminating kind of like superstition. There's all these like kind of arguments that we see popping up nowadays.
It's building itself.
How did you draw that, dude?
Dude,
how do you
I don't
draw
know.
that?
The game was like, that was enough.
Fair.
That was enough. Okay, Bunger's had enough wins.
I don't want to look at the screen.
Michael just lost.
I'm waiting on 8 tiles.
All right. I'm waiting on 11 tiles, bitch. Ron, eat shit.
No way! Dang it! On that other one, my gamble was doing all triplets so that I could
I'm just gonna
have
take
one more
any
point.
win I can get. I just need to win.
Jesus
Michael.
Christ,
Nice.
what the fuck is your hand?
Yeah, he was gonna win the game on that hand if you didn't take anything you could.
Look,
Nice.
I'm in it to win it.
Real quick, there's a VTuber
So-
one soon that's coming out for summer or spring. Oh, nice. There's a new VTuber anime coming.
I didn't see that, so it must be the season after, right?
Could be the summer one.
Let me-
Go ahead,
let me
Andrew.
check.
What?
Oh, no, I was gonna go check that out. Interesting.
Oh yeah, they've been hit and miss with the VTuber animes.
Mostly missed.
Mostly miss.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Just watch Shy Lily clips online. You'll have more fun.
True.
There you go.
Shy Lily, Shondo, they're a bunch of great clippers.
Monarch is pretty good.
Not
Who?
familiar with them, but I'll take your word.
Monarch is Amelie.
Oh,
She's a YouTuber.
Yeah.
she's good.
Okay.
Yeah. She voices Marin in the
Dub.
English dub of Dress Up
That
Darling.
would be cool, actually. All right, I'll check them out. You said Monarch?
Yeah, that's her VTuber name.
Marin?
Monarch.
Monarch is the VTuber name, and then Amelie is her, like, she sings cover songs of anime intros and exits.
All right.
This one. Oop. Real quick. Bingo.
And then, of course, Pippa.
Oh shit! I guess I'll cheat that.
Take it.
Pippa clips are good.
Pippa is fun.
Yeah, Pippa clips are great.
I've been quite enjoying all of the Fuamoko clips that you guys have gotten stuck on my feed, so I welcome it.
Oh, you know what's interesting is that someone that she often streams with is Sayu, is a different VTuber, and he is voicing the English dub of. Or he's the protagonist in.
Boom.
The healing one this season.
The
healer.
Not sorry.
No.
Wrong way to use healing magic.
Thank
Nice.
you.
Way to finish it. Good sneak at the end.
So, but then they have Monica Rial as Rose, and I was like, oh no, I'm out. I don't care.
Japanese it is.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I was already watching the sub, but like sometimes I will go and watch the dub to see like
see what it's like.
Like to see not just to see what it's like, because I actually, what is it? Good Luck Girl, I actually like the dub better. I've watched both and I like the dub
and
better.
there's stuff that you miss out by not checking out both, right? Like
yeah.
I would not have, if someone I knew wasn't watching the dub of Hokkaido Gals, I would have never known that all of the Hokkaido Gals are speaking in like Canadian accents, and that's freaking hilarious to me.
If I hadn't watched the dub of Delicious in Dungeon, I wouldn't have known they hired a tranny to voice a woman.
Interesting.
Yeah, they turned the dwarf. They gave the
Okay.
dwarf. They gave the second dwarf, the redheaded dwarf lady, to a dude. It's like clearly a dude.
Yeah. Huh. Well, it's kind of like, what is it? Nocturne in Baldur's Gate 3. You know, it's a trans character, and so they hired a trans.
No, it's a woman. It's clearly a dwarf woman.
Yeah, in Japanese, it's a full on just lady
just a
who's
woman.
buff. That's the thing, and they're like, "Oh, buff? Now you're
No,
a trans."
No, Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about something different. I'm just saying in this one, the difference.
And this one,
is...
it's just a woman.
Okay.
No, yeah, this was just a woman that they decided to give to a non-binary actor.
Weird.
And it's like vocally not transitioned. Like you're like, oh,
Just a dude. It's just a dude.
You know, I knew this one guy. Well, I sort of knew this one guy who.
His name's Locke.
Well, I say guy. No. He. Well, gosh, man. because I only ever hear his voice, and I'm still doing it. But he transitioned to a female, and apparently, like, as long as he keeps his mouth shut, he passes extremely well. But he has a very he hasn't gone through any of the vocal training or whatever, so he still sounds very pretty masculine.
Right.
And I keep saying he because that's all I can hear, right? But yeah, they've transitioned.
Pronouns are only as effective as they are for communication, so that's how we treat him here. Like, we say she for Brianna Wu because, like, it's useless to not say it.
Yeah, or Blair White.
No, we make fun of Blair White's giant donger all the time. That's
that's funny.
That's canonical that Lofty Pixels has sucked Blair White's huge penis. That's deep channel lore.
Got it. So, yeah, and with Sargon, though, I mean, he constantly is demonstrating that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's so frustrating.
Yeah, I bet. Especially knowing what it is. You know, it's like when you watch or listen to somebody and then you hear them say something wrong, and you're like, oh my gosh, have you been wrong about everything? Because I know about this thing you're talking about, and now you're saying this. Like, and sometimes he will just have holes in their knowledge base, right? Like, that is just their hole in knowledge happens to line up with something you really do understand. So, like, that does happen, but yeah, it can be super, like, you're like, wait a minute.
Okay, so did you watch the original debate? I know you've sort of checked into my content, but did you watch the original debate?
I pulled into some of it. Usually on Sundays, we're hanging out with friends.
At the very beginning, and at least at one other time, he mentions how he has a philosophy degree that he just recently got, right? Where he studied this stuff specifically. That's what's like so aggravating, right?
Because that's not a.
And I actually
that's not a short or small bit of anything, right? Like, even a garbage degree is still a lot of education.
Yeah. So it's like, and I was talking with somebody when he posted. It was actually in a Discord, and I believe he was a fan of Sargon. I don't know how big of a fan, but he's a fan of Sargon. And so when I was complaining that he has this degree, the guy got really defensive. And I was like, well, my point isn't to, like, shit on his hard work.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, you know, he obviously worked hard. He got the degree. That in and of itself takes effort. I wouldn't want him to feel bad because of that. But it is worrisome because, like, if you, again, I used two different examples. If you had mathematics, somebody with a mathematics degree was teaching people that 2 + 2 = 5, I'd be very worried for the same reason. If somebody was preaching, Jesus recommended murder, I would be worried.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it makes you step back a little bit and you're like, okay.
You're like, wait a minute. I know Jesus didn't say that. And he did, like, and so this was before the debate, right? And so then we were talking, and he was like, he was really, like, going hard defending Sargon. And then the debate came, and, like, Sargon, like, first thing was like, well, I have this degree, so I know what I'm talking about, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, and then later the guy's like,
what do you call an appeal
to
personal authority?
The one thing I really didn't think he was going to do. Yeah.
It's a weird one to call.
This is like the one thing I really didn't think he was going to do. I was like, it's okay, I get it. It's fine, no worries. But yeah, it's horrible that Sargon is doing this, where he's leaning on his expertise in order to. He did it at near the end, where he's almost browbeating Sitch. I know what I'm talking about.
Appeal to myself. I appeal to myself.
He absolutely doesn't. I'm sure that he does have some insight, no doubt, but it is very specified, and he is being too broad with his knowledge claims, because he does not get Locke, he does not get Hobbes, he has a fairly decent grasp, from what I can tell, although not completely, of Rousseau, which is a real shame, because he said, he has a degree in philosophy, and he studied the Enlightenment, apparently. But he should know, I mean, considering how focused he is on what Rousseau said, he should have a much better grasp of his statements and arguments. And again, I almost certainly know that he didn't read Locke, because if I was to make Sargon's arguments, I would be making much different and much better arguments that support his claims. Now, me personally, I can contextualize those things in a different way where they wouldn't be arguments, right? But if we're talking about him like going for a coming to a specific conclusion, he would want to include these examples, but he isn't using them. And the only reason I can come to that he doesn't use them, he doesn't even reference them at all, is because he doesn't know they exist. And he doesn't know they exist because he didn't read Locke.
Yeah, sounds about right. I think you surmised correctly, because it doesn't.
Yeah, I guess the steel man would be he read Locke a long time ago, and he's argued it so long that he thinks he remembers it correctly. Like, is that...
I guess it's either he like read it once a long time ago, and he just, you know, and so every time afterwards he when he's referencing Locke, he's referencing the books. Like, what is it? I'm certain that he has read, and he mentioned before, like socialist critique of liberalism, and it's so crazy, but he's actually relying on socialist critiques being accurate on liberalism. It's so nuts.
Are you saying socialist critiques as in like socialists who do critiques, or is there a book called Socialist Critiques?
No. I mean, he's referenced papers that people have written.
Got you, Blaine.
You got me. I was sitting there waiting for that full flush, man.
Oh, got him.
So yeah, he references. Oh gosh, what was that? This one.
I love the heavy
about.
What do you? So what do you do to get away from all this? How do you relax after looking at all of the idiocy in Sargon?
Anime.
Good. What are you watching right now? Like, are you watching in seasonals or?
Yeah. Well, you know, watching Healer, right. The wrong way to use healing magic.
What do you think of the decision to cut to and show explicitly the backstory? Yeah.
Yeah. I actually sat down my oldest and was like, I'm going to talk to you about why this decision was bad. And he's not even watching. Oh no, he did start to watch the show. That's right. That's why I did it, because he did start to watch the
hilarious.
Show. Oh, but yeah. And see, the thing is I feel like it would work better if it wouldn't work well as far as like a popular hook, right? But narratively, it would work better overall to have that be the opening story before our main characters get there. And no. And we cut away at different moments to show them like in the student council room, the troubles that the other kid is going through, and like foreshadowing that these two worlds will collide, right? Having it beforehand and understanding where Rose is, and then when we get to the summoning and we understand everything, they don't have to give the knowing looks necessarily. They don't have to have like all of the foreshadowing hints. People can just be who they are because we saw it, because we understand it.
I like the flashbacks. I like the hint as to some sort of big terrible occurrence in the past that has led her to be the way she is. I just don't like it being explicitly said. Like I can get it. Like I'm like, all right, cool. We're just
one way or
on
the
this.
other.
Yeah. But
Well,
yeah.
Either don't show it or have it at the beginning.
I don't want it at the beginning because I don't care about anything in the story at that point. And if we just like are going through this and it's like, okay, they die, it's like, wow, that's a generic setup, and I don't care about any of the characters going.
Well, and I think the issue is when you say the idea, my brain immediately goes to anything that is those disjointed where we're going back and forth, and I'm like, I see half of two stories here, and I don't know what I'm supposed to care about. So I think that would be the concern with somebody trying to pull that off. But if you could pull that off in a way that I cared about it, sure, there's a better idea there. But I'm not a fan of the way it works.
In the anime and the original for I'm a Spider, So What? That's what they do. In the manga, they skip that. In the manga, I think the setup works a lot better because I don't like.
You're wrong.
Skipping back and forth to the future.
No, you're wrong.
Yeah, why?
Fight.
Get
in the spur pit.
Why do you think it's better to get back and forth?
No. You're wrong because the setup is the reveal is that you think that they're in the same time frame. Okay? You think that they are the same time frame when it's later revealed that oh gosh, I can't remember her name, but the spider
you kind of get it revealed like pretty quick, actually.
No, you get a reveal by like episode 10, but I figured it out by like episode 3, maybe. That was gonna be the reveal.
Well, I think that's done, though.
They foreshadow it. They can foreshadow it, and you can figure it out, right? But the whole point is to realize to be having this going on and foreshadowing this, before it's like massively relevant.
I do think the
problem with it is
I don't think that
it's don't like
this immensely powerful.
I just think the human characters are boring. That's why I don't like it.
I agree that they're boring.
I think that
okay, I want to say I agree that they're boring, but I think it would be worse if you had to deal with it all at once. Rather than
if you skip, I would
I
would not suggest doing. I would not suggest doing flashbacks for the human parts that we like skipped. I would just not have it there. That's what it would be. That'd be or I'd have very limited.
The anime, like many anime, is objectively worse than the original source content. What they cut out is significant, and you lose a lot. And it's.
I think that is probably the biggest problem with the anime is like the
unfortunate
is poor, and they have to. There's so much that is important to the story to make the human characters at least somewhat likable that they lose any.
Yeah, no, they cut out a lot
because that's what
makes them
the
likable.
Novel. I just know the story of it. And I read the manga, and when you compare the anime,
well, I not only
for what they could actually do.
I originally
anime,
read
it turned out well because you couldn't get anything for the human characters you cared about.
Sure. I actually kept up with the way back in the day when it was a web novel before it was even a light novel. And like,
because I like our main character. And I think the setting is fantastic, and I do like the overall idea of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that the anime, like what they chose to cut, they drastically impacts the character and characterization. The characters and the characterization of said character.
I think it also is one of like the worst uses of CG in a long time.
It's pretty bad. Yeah. But I mean, like one of my problems with it is I think they just decided to cut poorly because like they cut out parts, but they still have a bunch of human segments where these kids are going, ah, ha, ha. It's like, this just sucks.
Tradesies.
You know what it reminds me of a little bit, but not quite as well. Yeah, not quite as bad, I think. Is oh gosh, what was it? What was the one? It was actually it was pretty horrible, but I stuck with it still. It was
Veritex, did you?
Didn't stop.
Yeah. No, it's oh gosh, I used to have this problem a lot. I've watched and read a lot of junk that I absolutely hated because I had this completionist mindset.
Always bad.
I've broken myself with that.
Were you on
But
the
yeah.
East Coast, Andrew, or something like that?
Yeah.
Right. Because I think you're pretty far from us
Yeah.
because we're West Coasters.
Yeah. No, wait. Sorry.
West
Say that
Coast.
again.
No, Andrew's
You're pretty far
close.
from us, right?
Yeah.
Oh, where were you?
Yeah. I'm close.
I was gonna say you should use this Kurkon. We're gonna throw down.
Yeah, in Seattle.
Yeah.
We still haven't gotten approval for those panels yet, so
You didn't,
we'll see. No.
I really hope we do because I'd like to do
So-
that. I mean, either way, I'm going to Kurkon if we don't.
No, what was I? Oh no. Okay. What's that one about? Like, there's like two types of heroes, and
He's on his
like
car phone.
you remember your past life. You remember your past life, and you have
Yeah, that's an easy.
you have like dark powers or you have light based powers, but like the main character ended up like having both backstories, but like living two different lives or whatever. And so he ends up remember
anywhere specific enough to figure out what you're talking about.
No. Okay, so like it's our world, and people remember their past lives where they had abilities, and you either had like darkness, shadow based powers or something like that, and one was like more like light based powers.
I think Blaine just won this game. Honestly,
I'm close.
Does anyone remember this?
Not really.
I have no idea.
Oh god, it's so
Basically,
horrible though.
Set as a
No.
reverse isekai where people reincarnate from fantasy worlds into the modern
Yeah.
world.
Yeah, like it's like and there's monsters. Gosh, it was like okay, it had a similar setting, but it was different, right? Because obviously it's based off of reincarnation. But it had a similar kind of setting, a school-based setting, where like Aesthetica of a Rogue Hero.
Oh, I remember that show.
But sure you would. But no, this one, like, he was it like there was this one girl with shadow powers or something, and he was like this dark lord or whatever, and she was like his romantic interest. I forget if they were married or not, but they were like kind of a couple or something. And then like in this other world where he had light powers, they were like there was this other heroine, they were like brother and sister or something. But they're not brother and sister in this world, right? And so then
That just sounds like incest with extra steps.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
No,
were
they're-
like his actual powers? And can you like maybe type that into Google?
oh gosh, yeah.
Like, what was the gimmick of this?
Hold on
show is what
one
I'm
second.
Really asking.
You guys go ahead and do that. I'm gonna head off.
Yeah, go on to bed, Pop.
All right,
Sorry,
Pop.
let's
So
Hold on, real
one
quick,
of the
Andrew.
anyways, I'll get bye.
Wait, hold on. Pop, what do we got tomorrow?
Hey, it's the final boss of Golden Sun, so I'm gonna
Final boss.
Oh,
I'm gonna
shit.
smash it and finish
That's
that
good.
game off.
Wait, that dragon thing?
Yep.
That's the
last
final
one.
boss?
Yep.
Bro,
Hell,
it
no.
drops space on you. Like,
No, it didn't move space. Stupid thing. Oh well. And then
it's been a blast actually to listen to because you get so frustrated. I'm like, this is
angry.
so
Yeah.
funny to listen to because you're so collected so much of the time. It's good to know you're human.
It happens. And then
That's gonna
Sunday will be
exhaustive.
more magical girls. It's March's Magical Girl month, so doing that on Sunday.
Are you going to be talking about gushing over magical girls?
I do not know that show.
Good answer.
So there you go. There's your answer.
Alrighty, Pop. You have a wonderful evening then.
Yeah, it was fun, guys. Let's do this again.
Anytime.
We actually
All right,
know
Andy.
that he does know that show because otherwise he wouldn't answer with that.
Yeah, it was too clever of a response.
Mm-hmm. Therefore, clearly.
Do you remember what your powers are, Andrew?
Yeah, Andrew, do you remember what your powers are? Damn it, stop
No, I actually don't. But that's not what I actually kind of wanted to talk about.
Oh, okay.
But I remember like they must have like had the budget like completely and totally plummeted at one point because like they had this like kaiju battle, right? For one of the for this one episode, and it was a literal PNG.
That actually sounds hilarious, though.
I'd giggle at it.
And so, like, it was like just moving across the screen. I was like, "Oh my goodness!" I just could not believe that they went there. Oh gosh, what is it? Like that was okay, so he basically is just this almost limitlessly powerful hero, and like the gimmick was that like at the end of each kind of like or right before the end, obviously, of the end of each battle, he would remember more of his past and gain more of his power.
Oh, I see.
And so he would reference like I remember or something like that.
Remember.
I recall.
And so yeah, when he got into a big fight and he was pushed up against the wall, it would trigger a memory, and then he would become more powerful.
Oh,
that makes sense.
Jamie, that's more than just hearing it described. I was shown imagery of the show. And it led to that reaction. And yeah, my character just has a pet hedgehog that they keep with them at all times and in all outfits. And I just saw an outfit of hers that is like the hedgehog gets like a little like Japanese like celebration outfit. It's really really
is that
adorable.
the 5-star Bond?
I think it's the 5-star Bond, yeah, because you see it in the end of the date sequence.
That's gonna be great.
I found it. It's something rather world break.
What?
Could you please link it in private chat?
World break.
Yeah.
Aria of Curse for a Holy Swordsman. This looks like a hentai.
Holy shit!
It's
World break.
It's not.
Holy shit! Wait, it's an Arya show.
It is a little bit of an ecchi, but it's not. It's not
Wait a
AIDS at
minute.
all.
This is an Arya show, and I've never seen Arya, but I've heard of it. So like,
This does look terrible, so I believe you.
Yeah. No, it's so bad. Like you can with the description that they have of this one battle, which I mean, the fact that you're like describing the battle going on in front of you is, I don't know, a little bit cringe, a little
It's a
bit, but
visual
so be
medium.
it. But the description I can tell like was kind of or almost certainly ripped from the source material. It's got to be like a light novel. But what they showed on screen was not that at all. Like not even close. To the point where it's like, what were you even thinking? So what they try and it's a good trick, but it's not like genius level, right? But the guy was overwhelmed with numbers, so what the description they gave was that he turned a 100 versus 1 battle into a 1-on-1 battle 100 times, right? And moving around the battlefield, right? And so it's like, okay, so what I'm envisioning with this is that he's kiting around the enemies, forcing them into a situation where he's only
like
engaging
kites,
with
like you move around like it's a kite. YouTube?
Yeah, have you not?
No,
heard
I
of
have.
That?
You're just
maybe that's like old school
your connection's
gamer.
just not the best for saying words that are so close to words you shouldn't say.
Oh, yes. Sorry. No, it's an old school gamer term. Like you're like flying a kite.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify
You
for
just
the
sound like
YouTube
you're saying
AI.
slurs,
Okay. Anyways, and so the point is like he's trailing these guys. Like theoretically, this is what's happening. So he's turned them in. So them chasing him turns it into a 1-versus-1 battle, and so he can defeat them one at a time, and is not overwhelmed by the fact that there are so many people. Right. This is what's visually auditorially being described. But what we see is that everyone is circled around him, and then they step up, he slashes them, they're destroyed. Over and over again. It's like, why would you just show it that way? It's like he didn't do anything smart. They did something really dumb, and he took advantage of it. That is how that happened.
Yeah.
Right? My explanation makes way more sense, and I'm guessing that was kind of what was being described, and they were just so lazy in the animation that they just
I'm just pointing out that this cat character has human hands because Sparkles says claws would hurt going down your pants.
No, my character has paws.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, you've got fingers.
No, I
yeah,
don't.
you do.
Have you seen right there?
Well, but that's just your hand movement. When you look at the image, like look at your profile photo.
No, they have paws.
If you click your profile photo, there's fingers.
What the fuck?
my man's ain't getting that paw handy no more.
Are you kidding me?
That's funny.
That's so dumb.
They animate it differently than they have it different in the
Does the fat one have paws?
I'm gonna have to check now. Probably.
So yeah, it's really funny though with this anime is that there's these kinds of experiences where the light novel is written one way and the anime kind of like goes along with the ideas being expressed in in the light novel. I mean, things progress, right? Often what will happen in these things, even when there's an error, the adaptation in the anime will follow the events of the light novel uninterrupted, even when they make an error or they have a side plot or whatever that interrupts things that make it so that things shouldn't have happened, right? So my immediate analysis is informed by these kinds of decisions. So to me, what the error is like, it's like in the example I mentioned before with the 1v1 or 100 versus 1 battle, the error is not properly depicting the battle correctly. It's not that the person is describing the battle incorrectly. It's not that the characters are really dumb for not attacking him all at once when they're surrounding him. It's that there's an error in the choreography that they didn't do it correctly. That's where the error is. Now, I understand that someone like Mahler, though, who just goes by what they visually see and what's in the text of the film, quote unquote text of the film, and so then they make conclusions based off of that. I think that that's useful for like understanding how audiences might see your property. But I feel like my meaning analysis, the kind of advice and critique I want to give would be more geared toward like, how could if I was able to speak to creators, what advice would I give to make their work better? Like that's the kind of analysis I want to give.
The easy AI is about to win.
Yeah, it's also
dominated.
beating itself. It actually won.
It fed itself.
Holy
too,
shit.
didn't it? Yeah,
That makes sense.
Yeah,
though.
it makes perfect sense. Because it's like, why would you like? Why bother putting in the time and effort if your goal isn't to get a better product at the end of the day? Right?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
really
That's my whole thing.
Okay, so
So what?
real quick. So
Oh,
this
shoot.
is it details? Yeah. So this is Hannah. You can see Hannah. She's a little chubby. Her pants are a little small. They're pants from high school. They don't fit right. They don't button up. It's okay. She does have hands, full fingers. They do have like the cat's pads though.
They do
so
have
like
pads, because that actually comes up in one of her support conversations.
they're a lot more they're a little more sausage fingery, okay? And the skin it's in the shop. This is the skin that you can get for her now. That sort of she slims down a little bit. Her fingers aren't quite so sausagey. It's a lot a lot more attractive.
They transferred the weight from her stomach to her thighs.
Yeah, they just made her a little more thigh thickness, and it's like that's hilarious because this character, recent. I feel like did we just find it recently, or did you actually? Was it announced recently?
It was one of the first characters I saw, and it like jump scared the fuck out of me. Where I'm just like, "Holy shit, a furry!"
A furry! Oh no!
And then all of a sudden, the very next event is like a skin for her, and then I get her.
Yeah.
And so like I'm just, I'm hashtag blessed. Jesus walks with me.
All right, let's see if I can remember how to do this.
So,
today.
any what do you call it? Any?
Oh, that's mean.
Okay, so solo leveling, I think you guys are a little harsh on. I understand it's not great. I wouldn't say it's great, but I think it's and I think it's like
really bad. I'd say the writing is pretty bad too.
Oh, I know you're kidding with Sparkles, but I wouldn't be so fat phobic about her if they gave her pants that fit.
Gives them any personality that makes me define them as being a living human.
No, Blaine, you don't understand. It's just first.
What do you mean? Like I legit don't understand what you mean.
Actually care about what do they do? This guy like is such a little bitch. Like the main character talking about.
What?
Yeah.
I legit have zero clue what you're talking about.
He doesn't have any idea what's going on. He just exists and.
Yeah, he does.
He's literally just
What do
going
you
with
mean?
the flow.
He doesn't really have any idea what's going on. Like he didn't.
Okay.
And also, I guess the other characters don't really.
This is okay. Well, one, he's been a hunter for this whole time, and he was killed, and he's going with the flow. No. You're missing the facts. He tried not going with the flow, and he ended up in the chase with the sandworm.
Yeah, it's
okay.
really weird.
He tried not doing what the system wanted, and it nearly killed him again. So he doesn't want to die.
But yeah, also why is he
Casper,
alive?
It's really weird that
really
the
make any
game
sense
would
to me.
like force him to do things. Like he doesn't have any free will in this scenario.
Well, no, because he is piecing these incentives together. He knows that the system wants something out of him and wants him to keep him alive.
No, it doesn't.
He's piecing.
What is his?
Yeah, it
No,
does.
absolutely.
It absolutely does. It has an objective.
Okay, Andrew, what is his character?
What do you mean? He okay, so he transitions from this what is it? This guy who wants strength but doesn't have it, right? He cares about his family. He's trying to like earn enough money to help his mom, right? His dad went missing. So he's trying to be a pillar of strength for his family. Trying to even though what is it? This is the way he sees it. Being a hunter is the best way that he can make money in this world.
How does he even make money as a hunter?
And so,
like, how does this guy?
that is the only one of the aspects of the
even make money.
Okay, that is the one aspect of That is the one aspect of the world building that to me doesn't make sense. I think that is a legitimate criticism of the story.
Of the world building that doesn't make sense. Do we want to?
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's the only one.
By that.
Well, I mean, you're the one putting those words in my mouth. I literally didn't say that.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to.
Yeah. I was answering it, and then you talked over me. I said this is one of the aspects of it. That not that this is the only thing. That this is one of the things I would agree with you. The criticisms of the characters, though, I don't get because he makes sense. They walk you through how. So like when you were talking about how like he just goes with the flow, they walk you through him not doing that, right? And him learning how to keep alive, which he definitely wants to do because he has goals of his own. How can he achieve what he needs to do? And with the options available to him, and he's working through, like he doesn't trust the system. He knows that it has an objective, and he's weary of it.
I understand that, but at the same time, when the world is giving him no choices to actually make, like you talk about him like needing to go into dungeons, that's like his goal or whatever. Like he does that.
Well, he doesn't need no. He doesn't need. He has all kinds of options, and he's making choices. Like the game gave him. The game gave him the what is it? He could have picked. He could have. No. That's one thing, but he could just pick stat or like what is it? Stat increases or daily refreshers on his status. He didn't need to pick like items like getting a random item box, but he chose to do that. That was something he chose to do, and the game didn't make him use the key that he got. He's the one that chose to go through that dungeon. The game didn't force him to make that decision in the same way that it forces him to complete the daily objectives.
His circumstances are forcing him to do these things. He has to go into the hell dungeon because his mom's sick.
That's why he.
Yeah. He cares about his mom. That's why he does it. He could just let her be in the hospital.
That is such bullshit. That is such cope, dude. Saying he can just let.
What do you mean?
Let your mom die, like be sick forever. Like that's fine. Like no, he's a generic character. He obviously cares about his mom.
Okay, so let me say this. What is it? If you in your life have goals. Oh wait. This is really important. This is really important.
Didn't they say that?
Okay. No. She's going to be asleep forever. That's the only thing that they know. No one's ever died from this. They just are on life support forever.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the point is that when cures present themselves, there are people that seek them out, and there are people who say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to risk my life or somebody else's life in risk of getting a cure that may not even work. There are definitely people who do that, and those are definitely options available to them. I have seen that in other works, in light novels, in web novels. These things, and they lead to different outcomes for the characters. Mm-hmm. These things are options.
But I mean, I don't know what kind of, like you said, he made a choice, but it's not like he's that informed on what they do. It's just like you could get something random. He gets a random item. He uses.
You're right.
Because
you're right. But the point is that he's not on rails. He's making decisions, and he doesn't maybe have a lot of choice.
Interesting at all.
Yeah, these aren't interesting
decisions. I don't think this is a remotely like interesting decision to make.
Oh wow. I gotta go. My phone's literally on 1%.
He's been arguing too hard. All right.
I'm a bit. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Andrew's link in the chat.
I would love to continue this later.
I mean, anytime.
I think.
Yeah.
I think
we
so
can
much
continue
of the
it next
world
week.
doesn't make any sense. I think the whole concept is bad. I don't like it.
No. No. I think in general the concept is overdone. I think that this is why I would say, even with all that I've said, I still rate it like a 6.
The no leveling. I would give it like a 3 at best. I'd probably put it
the no leveling concept is shit.
I hate that.
I think his phone died because he's not saying anything.
Probably.
Yeah, you can remove him, Blaine. He died.
I was gonna say it should automatically once it.
Okay, yeah, I guess it did. No,
I'm trying to figure out what my my new character's favorite gifts are, and it's like impossible to figure these things out.
Oh yeah, you should just look them up.
I'm fucking trying, man. Like,
yeah, I think the only thing I actually liked about soul leveling was
here we go.
Decent combat, but that was about it.
Decent combat. That was the least cool part.
Oh no, it's like I said. There was some stuff that was better later.
Yeah,
there was some stuff I thought was better.
It really like peaks and then drops through the floor.
I don't know. I mean, I saw like up to episode 7. That's where I stopped.
Yeah.
I thought some of the early stuff was pretty bad, and then some of the later stuff was pretty decent.
Wait,
they did so many crossovers, dude. I really wish I had joined back when Phase Connect had their crossover.
Why isn't Ronse on this list though? Does she have a different name? Like what?
Yeah, for like I was just going through the manga of Chain Soldier like today, because I was checking it out, and I think it just works better than the anime, because I think the animation of the anime just isn't really that notable. It's just it kind of is there. Like some stuff's good, some stuff isn't. So I think the manga is more interesting to me. I like doing that better.
I think a lot of the times they'll do like a pan down on like a still shot when the character's being sexy and shit. I think that works better in a manga panel because you can just see the full.
Yeah, you can actually see the whole
right
thing
there. It's oftentimes more detailed, you know.
Yeah, I think the detail was actually okay, but I think a lot of the stuff just generally in the manga is preferable to the anime.
I haven't read it, but I'll agree with you.
Because I do like the world and story of Chain Soldier a lot, but I think the animation doesn't really elevate it at all.
Where do you think it's going to go in the next episode? Or you think the gods are going to make themselves the leaders of the?
I assume what's gonna happen is that they are gonna start fighting both of them. That's gonna force them to help each other.
It's worse than you know.
And that's gonna
Sparkles.
push them to, more than perverts.
I didn't consider that, but I would like that.
It's gonna force them to work together.
I figured they were probably the gods were gonna like present themselves as gods to the Shuki girl.
Because our main guy at some point is going to get them to work together and join the same side, because obviously they're joining the party. They're going to be on the same side. They're not going to just kill his sister off and forget about that.
I really hope so. But like there was that one
literally
scene,
not going to happen. I guarantee that.
That one scene where he's like, "Oh, you guys should like
thank you
do like have peace," and then all of a sudden it's just like everyone has like evil eyes or whatever. It's like giving him daggers.
Yeah. Because I mean, one of the big things is that they have the like middle cards, like what are they called? Just like the transition slides, where they have the 3 Shuki girls with his sister doing like baking or whatever. They wouldn't make those if they weren't going to be their ally.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair.
They wouldn't do that. They just don't. That's just not how anime is done.
I really
would be
like
such a crazy fake out to do that and not have them be friends after.
Well,
this fight.
I'm thinking I'm seeing like a third party attack as opposed to
That's what I said, yeah.
Like direct ally.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't listen to
like
what
I said,
you say, so my ideas are
those people are
perfect.
gonna fight. Those people are gonna attack them, and then it's gonna force them to work together.
No, they're not gonna work together. They're just gonna want to work with their brother.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a 3-way battle.
Through him to work together, but like they could still be enemies any given.
No, they're gonna be friends after this. I guarantee it.
I hope so.
There's a 0% chance they aren't friends after this.
I really like that Blaine is in silver for forehand, and I'm in silver for 3-hand, but neither of us have crossed over for the other.
Yeah, I don't even know how I would play 3-hand.
Dude, 3-hand's so much easier.
Because it's faster.
It's faster. There are just less tiles, like all the character tiles. There's only the 1 and the 9 for the character tiles.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I would be like, oh, I can get a 1, 2, 3, and then I can't.
Oh, and there's no cheating though, so that is a thing. You can't.
Oh, that's kind of wacky.
It is, but like, the games would just be so chaotic.
Right. Yeah. Is that? I feel like I'm playing against AIs right now. Whenever it gives me like Ichihime and then Yui Yagi 1 and Yui Yagi 2, although this could just be streamer mode.
It is streamer mode.
That makes
I
more
guarantee
sense.
it.
Yeah, because your name was Hannah in the last one, which is the furry
So
name.
the thing is, they'll just put you in like waiting to join the entire time if you're like
Oh yeah, there have been some chunky times where I'm just sitting there and I'm like checking out like character like bios and stuff. I'm like, why am I reading this?
Exactly. Yeah. So that's how I know you're like not playing against bots because they force you to wait. Oh, dude, perfect. Dodge the 5, immediately get the 5.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to go for a straight or a flush of pins though, so that didn't really turn out. I thought I had more than
I mean, you're
did.
missing the 6 and the 7. And now just the 6, but it's not going to turn out.
I don't need the 6. I just need another 7 and then a
I
couple
think-
more pins.
No, I think it needs to be a straight, like a half straight.
Nope. You just need all pins.
So you would just need 7 pins in order to have a half flush.
No, in order for it to be a half flush, you have to have all pins and then honor tiles in the other slot. So you can have 3 dragons, for example.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a good hand to go for, but it sucks when you have like half and half hands.
Man, solo leveling is just one of the weirdest shows to be out this season.
Yeah, it's Korean.
It is okay, but I don't think that's why it's weird. I think it's just generically bad.
And that's what I was saying at the start, is like, I just do not care about his character at all. There's just so nothing there.
Yeah, but like, what is his characterization? I'm trying to think what arguments.
And the main thing is that he likes his family.
Yeah, he likes his family. He cares for his family.
That's his characterization. Is he likes his family.
He doesn't care enough about his family to get a real job, but he cares enough.
I do this thing, but I suck at it.
He now can level, so he wants to get stronger and become the strongest guy. I guess that's not compelling motivation for me.
Yeah.
It is weird that he sticks with this job that he sucks at so bad.
Also,
I think that's my biggest disconnect is I
that
would not sit in a job that isn't going anywhere.
I think for
I've
me,
not
one
had to deal with that
disconnect,
in my
too,
life.
that I can understand the idea that he cares for his family, but we don't see that much emotional actual connection. He doesn't show much emotional, does he? Like when he's in pain and getting murdered, he does, but when he's in the hospital with his mom, we don't really get any poignant emotional moment. It's just that's the kind of. It's not like we see anything happen to his mom. That's just the state it currently is in. So we don't have anything to really build off of emotionally as the viewer. It's just already the status that we have.
Like, understanding Andrew Clark's argument, like the fact that he immediately went into the dungeon as soon as he gets the key that can save his mom, it's like, yeah, that is noble. I can understand why you would see that as good characterization. But I don't know if that actually changes anything about him.
I don't really see much tactical thinking from him. He's like, should I stay in this dungeon so I can grind some more? Like,
probably.
I guess. What happened in the fight with the spider? I forgot what happened. That was really forgettable.
He kills it.
I don't remember anything about that fight, man.
Here's the thing. It's like he had the choice to take that job or not, but at the end of the day, he just did it because he needed money. It's like every choice he makes is kind of like they're forcing him in a particular direction. Oh, you need money?
Have you ever seen Parasite? Like that movie that the world went gaga over from Korea?
Yeah, I've seen that movie.
Okay. That I feel like this is a common theme in a lot of Korean films because of how their society is sort of bifurcated, where anyone who doesn't have money does whatever it takes to get money or look like they have money. And it's just not a drive that I think connects with me at all.
I think it's weird because our main character in Solo Leveling specifically didn't do anything to gain money.
He hasn't. He's tried nothing. And he's all out of ideas. The only thing he did was use his bottom tier power to like leech off of other people. He can't do anything on his own. He was leeching off of other people in the dungeon to get money.
Yeah,
because he dies to a single goblin without help.
Right.
He's literally useless. He can't do anything. He can carry somebody's pack. He's not even good at that.
I'm just a little goblin.
Imagine if the little goblin is stronger than the guy trying to kill him.
But that's the crazy thing. Okay, so he waits till the end of the month to like actually go out and grind money to like pay rent. So he does that. I guess that's a choice he made. So when he needs to get a job, he takes the worst job possible. That's obviously going to fuck him over.
The fact that the world exists. Okay, he has experience in a dungeon. Couldn't he find something more useful? Like that one guy that came up to him who was like a rookie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who got his fresh gear from his parents. Why doesn't he look for tutoring jobs and stuff like that? Because he is a guy, even if he sucks, he can still be knowledgeable about this stuff because he has experience. Yeah. Why doesn't he try to leverage that?
Useful in this world.
It feels like there's so many different things. Ender could have used your help in the solo leveling debate.
But there are weird parts where he's going from, I need money. Okay, I'm going to go into this dungeon with these people. Oh, now I need to fight this spider because he's being forced to fight the spider because of the choices he made. Or like the choice he made to not get money when he could. So he ended up with a shitty job. He has to fight the spider now. Oh, now the game is forcing him to kill these people. Okay, and I guess the government's just going to let him off.
I don't think the game. I mean, it's like the game. It's not like forced, but it's like I guess he could die. But I mean, that is the only thing he can do. Is like it's not unreasonable for him to kill these people because
it's not unreasonable for him to kill these people. But the game, and at the end of the day, the game makes him do it. Like the game doesn't give.
It is kind of funny.
Yeah, and then now the next plotline is going to be the dude's brother coming.
Although
to kill him.
more than that,
at the end of the day, he doesn't make any choices that have consequences.
I was gonna say more than that. It seems like the game knows what's gonna happen, so it says this is what you're doing now. It's like I guess.
Yeah,
it just kind of exists.
But the game is so mysterious. I don't care about the mystery of it. It isn't a fun show.
Is this Squid Game again? Basically. Might as well be. For all intents and purposes.
Immediately discards the one honor towel he has.
Look at you.
It's like he has every win tile and he discards the one that could give him a Han.
It's like,
there's two that give me a Han.
There's two that could give you a Han, but like that one is specifically for you.
No, I'm discarding all of my wind tiles.
I know he's going to, but like the south wind specifically is his wind.
That's because the other guy had like discarded the south already, so I'm just following suit.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I just get rid of them.
Blaine
turn the sand into wishing stone. Yeah. I just got to get more sand. That's all. But I kind of want to just keep building up my sand reserves and like getting more gifts so that I can donate them and get sand so I can get poles so I can start getting more poles without paying.
It's nice about having a short name. It doesn't block my face.
The weird thing is that like I think the sand also gives you wishing stars. Which you need 10 of.
Yeah.
Or I might be wrong. I think it gives you one wishing star per like draw pool.
Red tile dragon.
Like, have you ever gone to the shop and checked what you can buy with those points you get for every draw, for every summon?
Not from the shop, no.
No, I didn't mean the shop. I meant the actual summon area.
Oh yeah. Where you take like those little things, you scroll to the bottom because the top is like the 150 for characters, and
exactly.
You keep scrolling down, and you get to like here's items.
I think at the very bottom you can get wishing stars, which you need to get the 5-star bond.
Oh, nice.
You.
Yeah, because the bond gift it's like taking forever, and I think it's just going to give me one purple gift.
Yeah.
I mean, like, because I specifically need purple gems to gift to Miki.
Mm-hmm. And then the wishing stars, you need 25 wishing stars for any purple gift, and for every duplicate you get 75 wishing stars. So like you basically get 3 gifts for every duplicate.
Wild.
Yeah.
I've almost got all doubles.
I mean, you're you're one away. You're one away from Tenpai.
It's a weird one.
It is a weird one. It almost never turns out for me.
I'll get it in Ricci, but I've never drawn it, so I have no idea what it's actually worth.
Well, I think it's a 2 Han to get double like all doubles. So that's inherently good, but then like
dude, this
I think it's just door after that.
Damn.
That
Ichihime over here is like throwing up the emote before she calls the calls the Ron. I'm like, what the hell?
Dude, I love people that emote.
I like to drop my my fancy one. That's my
Isn't that the current limited time one?
exactly, because I'm not gonna have it forever.
Yeah.
The other one that I like with my character is the spitting out my tea. That one makes me happy.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I want the limited time ones forever. I wonder how to get them
forever. I understand why the like seasonal limited time ones wouldn't be permanent. Like I kind of get that because it's like, yeah, why would you throw up a Chinese New Year flag when it's the middle of summer?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I like it? You know, what if one comes along that I'm like, this is my emote?
I think as long as there's like an in-game way to get every item permanently, I'm cool with it. I like that.
Yeah, that would be more cool for sure.
Because that's what I did with the image just now, right? Did you get the image?
Yeah, I got it finally. My board, I am in cleanup on that board now.
Dude, I literally did the thing where now I got all the 2 tiles and now I'm just looking for 1 tiles.
Yep.
I think I have maybe 2 days left, if that.
I think because I missed yesterday, so I think I've got 3.
Yeah, I missed 1 day. So, but I think I got it the first day, which you probably didn't. So,
yeah, you got the image one because the second you were like, oh, it's a 4-banger, I literally got it the next day.
Yeah, because the 4-bangers are extremely easy.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I'll just put it right here, and it'll identify which of these, like, because I had like 3 across by like 3 across in a weird way that I could just do 1 tile and it would tell me which way to go.
Well, that's the thing. You can just do diagonals, but like every 3rd row do diagonals. And like you could find every 4-banger in there. And then 2 bangers, obviously you need to do it every other, but
yeah, I think with the way that my my 4 tile, like the big bags were lined up, I still have some weird 2-buys down below because it made these like weird angles shit. But oh, so go with the upgrade into the 5. Maybe I'll pull a red 5 on this.
Yeah, I doubt anyone has like is waiting on a con for 5s right now.
It's weird. Like it's a very mixed discard pot. Oh baby,
You got it immediately.
come in the side.
Is that an Ipatsu? Probably not, right? It's
no, because I wasn't in Ricci. That's just Green
That's
Dragon.
true. My bad.
That's just scraping my ass off the ground a little bit.
No, you're fucked. It's basically game if you don't keep winning.
It was funny that the Sweet Baby Ink guy on private account just to say that Toriyama gave us the best and worst black characters in anime in the same series. It took range to do that.
That's wild. These I can't stand.
Yeah, he private his account immediately.
Why? Go away.
It's like, why would you bother saying anything? Just stop talking until this blows over at minimum, right? Like that's your best. That's your best case scenario, or you just stay off the internet forever. Really,
they can't stop virtue signaling about how much they hate anime creators.
That's just wild. What good black characters? Didn't you know Frieza? Frieza's black.
Well, they probably mean like. I mean, they probably don't actually mean this dude, but I'm remembering the tournament in original Dragon Ball.
Oh, just one of the some random tourney character.
Yeah, like
I was gonna say, stuff like this is why I hate Dev, because Dev tweeted, Alyssa Mercante is a partisan hack who doesn't deserve to write down an order in a diary, let alone a news outlet. But nonetheless, people shouldn't be sending her shit like this, which is like rope yourself. I know I have zero pull with people doing this, but not gonna like. Why do you care? It doesn't matter. That's what this literally doesn't matter. Does it exist? Who knows? I don't care.
Who knows?
It doesn't have anything to do with you.
For some reason, they gained a spine and decided.
Maybe he's talking about Officer Black.
Yeah, this is why Dev deserves to get shit on for his stupid opinions.
Yeah.
Because he's seriously just fence posting right up his ass. And then V ratioed him. Just out of curiosity, Dev, where's this energy when people harassing Pikami? Yeah.
Oh, well, it was up my ass to the left.
It said that people should stop harassing her.
Pikami. It's a fun name to say.
Yeah, too bad they had to ditch it.
Officer Black is based because he turns on his lame boss. It's true. Yeah, I wonder if that's what this weirdo was talking about.
It feels weird because I never finished OG Dragon Ball. But I feel like if I go back and finish it now, it'd be like, all right, so he died and now you go and do it?
I mean, I guess. I mean, how many people went back to Berserk after he died?
Get rid of the 3.
I know, but I would rather have the bamboos. Dang it.
No, but if you get the 4, you just you have a straight.
Oh, that's true. I do have the full straight.
So you just maybe don't have auto win on, so you can ditch the 3 if they offer it.
Wait, what do you mean?
Or the 7. The 7, I mean.
Maybe.
At the end of the day, it's your choice.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I need to keep winning, and they're in Ricci.
They're in Ricci. Yeah, now's the time. You might as well turn it back on.
Activate.
Auto win. I choose you.
You want to continue watching? I'm just busy with other shows. Yeah, it adds up. It's not short. I watched it when I was in high school, and the internet was just letting us torrent things.
I'm never gonna watch Dragon Ball all the way.
Weak.
Yeah, probably not.
Think about rereading
I
the
watched
Lost Children
50
arc
episodes.
again.
That's probably where it's gonna end for me.
I was reading it. I got 70 chapters. I got past the time skip. Whenever that is. The time skip after the tournament.
I don't like Yui Yagi's voice. What? Speak up! This fucking table's loud. Take it.
Yeah. 11 draws left. Might as well. Plus, you got the extra 1,000, so that's 4K. Yep.
I'm working.
Climbing. Posting a picture of article on a site called Dual Shockers. Baldur's Gate 3 mods that glow up faces are my personal pet peeve. Why are mods upsetting you even? The forcing of conventional beauty standards on everything is tiring. Jack Coleman.
Personally, I would have gone rid of the 8 of characters.
It's why are you?
That's I was thinking of also just dropping the 9s because. Ooh, that's there we go.
That's a good draw though. That's a very nice draw. Never mind. People are
Norwegian subs.
Yeah, these people always talk about how bad mods are. It's like you don't have to download. It's like it's not made for you.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's literally for people who want to mod it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna freak out over what someone did in their single player game. Like, what was that? There was that story of the UK dude who booted up Skyrim on his coworker's PC and then reported her for having like animal rape mods.
Okay, maybe we get. Whoa.
Hold on.
Maybe
okay.
some of this is okay.
No. What I mean was the furry character, like the werewolves would rape her. The main character, not the other way around. Like they basically just had Skyrim sex mods on. And like apparently that's illegal in the UK. So
illegal? Okay, I thought this was just getting like reported to your boss. It's like I wouldn't want to work with them. This person's fantasizing about getting I can't even say it. Werewolf railed. Like
at the same time, the dude also apparently just hated her. So
there
was like personal bias involved. He wanted her gone. Oh my god, he drew the 8 tile. He's winning.
Blaine, how many people have you known with a septum piercing?
With a septum piercing? Hundreds.
How many of them are men?
At least 50% of them.
At least 50%. Jeez.
Where's the septum?
You really do live in Seattle.
It's this part of the
nose. Through the middle of the nose.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The bull nose.
I've known one person, and it was a woman.
I was just looking at this other tweet. It's like, post a pic of her looking hot. Yeah, you really got her there, bud. Septum piercing guy.
There are some gnarly piercings that people get, and there's some like it's pretty good piercings that people get. Like it is. I don't judge based on it existing. I judge on when I can fit a Coke can through your gauged ears.
Okay, if they had long hair, like long.
Here's the picture for you, Blaine. Give it.
Like really long.
That he was replying to.
They just need a better haircut, man.
Post a pic of her looking hot.
I mean, that's somebody's.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
There's somebody for everybody, right? That's how it is.
I believe everyone can find someone who will settle for them. I wish they'd brought the cast back. You're talking about dubs, aren't you? No.
Dude, who was that? Yarrow, who was you posted that video a while ago, Serranos?
Which one was it?
Yarrow was shitting on someone. Like Yarrow made the Abridged series.
Oh, you mean that guy? Yeah. The guy who did the Abridged. I have to bring that back up.
That was a really weird video. Because he just leaves shit out and lies when he wants to. Like, this doesn't seem like content he normally makes. He makes, like, I guess, not like drama streams, but like reaction to drama and shit.
Yaroshian. Yeah. Rev should shut up.
Rev should shut up.
Dang it!
And
come on!
Shit.
So yeah, this guy said Rev should
that eats me.
Last week he got 6,500 views. He got 200 upvotes, and he got 800 downvotes on his YouTube video.
Mm-hmm.
He made a 30-minute tirade being angry about Rev Says Desu.
It was really weird because he started calling everyone racist when he brought up the Yoruichi drama, where, if you don't know, the original voice actress for Yoruichi got replaced in the newest season of Thousand Year Blood War arc.
With someone who's actually black?
Yeah, by a person of color, as he called it.
Oh yeah, she's going to be at SakuraCon. I'm pretty sure I saw her name on the list.
The person themselves is fine. It's the people who decide to recast her that are weird, because she had already come back the previous season.
Yeah, what's her face? The person that had been cast to play Yoruichi, the new face. She's extremely professional.
She is.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's very professional. Like, there's not a bad thing to say about her. It is specifically the people that decided to recast the original person after having her come back the previous season that are at fault.
Yeah.
Like, any hate directed at the new person.
You know what this character needs? It's a voice that matches the face.
You're like, it's a cat.
It's weird because that's what the Chad voice actor pulled. He's like, oh, I don't look like Chad, and I've changed.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's like, please, black person, take the role.
That one. I feel like that guy was like, oh shit, I gotta not get crucified.
I gotta get in front of this. I gotta get in front of this.
I'll be back on this.
Like, I get it. He's like, this is kind of my job. My job exists at the behest of people watching my shit, and if this blows up, I don't want to like go through garbage. Still streaming, only a little bit. It is cringe, IJP. It is total cringe to be so. Like, there's a difference between doing something your customers want and doing something that you're like, oh shoot, I gotta do this before everyone gets mad at me. But like, I can understand the motivation at least. They got rid of Wendy Lee again. Yeah, no more Wendy Lees. Ever. Never again. Wendy Lee? More like Gonda Lee.
Yeah, one of the people that had put out an article, what was her name? Mercante? Yeah. She had followed Grums on Twitter.
Grooms? Who's that?
Long time. He was a WoW dev way back, like over a decade ago.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know Grums. Okay.
Yeah, he's cool. I like him a lot.
He's got a lot of interesting stuff.
She had followed him, and he's like, and it's gone. She just unprivated and unfollowed me. Looks like a grade school crush. And she's like, this is very normal behavior. I followed you on accident because the remove yourself from convo button is so close to the follow button. I hope he's okay with that knowledge. Grade school crush made my skin crawl. I don't know.
Okay, unironically,
that sounds
super I've
cringe,
done that before.
Though. That still sounds super cringe.
Oh, that's funny.
No, like I tried muting Brooklyn Dad and I accidentally followed him, but I still had him muted, so I just had an extra follower or an extra following. But like, okay, the weirdest part of the Yarrow drama, or like his description of it, is he completely left out the part where Yoruichi, the original voice actress, had come back the previous season. He kept saying she wasn't even called back for like this season, and it's like, yeah, well, she was there the previous one. It's weird to not call her back.
Come on, this is it.
You're on the wait for the 8?
I'm on the wait for the 3.
Oh, my bad.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
How many 3s are left?
There's 3 3s still.
Oh no.
What am I supposed to do here? Come on. You guys are eating my ass tonight.
Yeah, honestly, you might be at game right now.
Yeah, it's already, that was all last, and dealer didn't win, so.
Rip.
Bleh, goodbye, points. 35 points go down the drain.
Ooh. No, that was 45.
Oh, it's 45 down the drain.
Yeah, when you're last, they give you an extra 10.
Thanks. It's my favorite part of the game is when they give me the extra little kick in the crotch.
Yeah, because it's also good for when you win because you'll gain.
I stamped that heel down and then they twist it.
Like you'll be
Bunger wasn't playing. That was
above. You don't want just 20 points, you know.
Right. Oh my goodness. All right. So fun weekend. We got the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix, which if you're not boycotting all things that Saudi Arabia does, then it's a fun thing to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I will be enjoying it. But I understand people that hate Saudi Arabia, so okay. What are you up to, Serranos?
Probably not gonna shoot anything this weekend.
Try to fix your controller.
I don't know. I think the problem is the controller itself. The cord seems to be okay. So
you checked the cord on something else.
Yeah. Well, I can't check out something else, but it seems like the real problem is that and because I tried a new cord, I had a second cord, and that one didn't work either. So it's probably not the cord. It's probably the controller itself. That thing's busted. I'll probably just have to buy a new one if I can't fix it.
What type of controller is it?
It's the Xbox One controller. Might buy a different might buy a different one. I don't know.
All right.
I'll be working on my video some, but not going to be out yet.
Not going to be out yet? Okay.
No.
Nice. Bung, are you going to have a fun weekend? You were busy last weekend. Is this
I'm
gonna be
going to be fairly busy this weekend, and spring break is the week after this next one. So I won't even be, I'll be MIA Thursday onward.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope it's a fun MIA.
Definitely.
Good. Because a spring break that you just have to go work or do something else sounds annoying. So I'm glad you're going to have fun.
Yeah.
And I hope you all have fun this weekend and have a blast. And I will see you. Wait, hold on. Am I going to see you Monday? Let me double check. I realized I started saying see you Monday. And like I have on the calendar if I'm going to see you Monday or not. I will see you Monday. However, I need to update that because we're not doing racing games right now because the PS5 is in the living room because someone is playing Final Fantasy.
Oh, good shit.
So I probably play Helldivers on Monday. So I'll see you all then. Kampai, everyone.